So, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Mr. Emmanuel. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to see you here today virtually. And I use this opportunity to welcome you to the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference, the BSB conference, the most anticipated that we've all been waiting for. I am glad that we all are here to witness this particular event, and it promises to be very exciting. So, to proceed in this event, could you give a virtual round of applause or use your favorite virtual emoji to show how excited you are about today's event? Very much. And while you are at that, I'd like to introduce myself as one of the moderators for today's event. My name is Emmanuel Adejuwonlotubiele, and I will be here for the next few hours giving you guidance to what is to come up next. And with me is, oh, thank you. I see the virtual emojis. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see Worship Jude. I see Worship Jude. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for using your favorite emoji. I see Oladele Taufik. Thank you. Oh, please also indicate what country you are calling in from. What state, what country, where, in which continent. Hopefully, right from here on Earth. Good morning, Chiamaka from Lagos. Fantastic. Thank you for joining, Chiamaka. It's so good to see you. Joy Israel from Akwa Ibom State. That is so good. So good to meet you virtually. Right. Abdul Majid Zainab from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you for joining. Hello, greetings, Zubaida. Thank you, Joy Israel. Thank you so much, everyone. It's such a pleasure to see you. I'd like to use this opportunity to inform you about the certificates that is meant to be collected. Please note that by 11:59 p.m. today, the link to register for your certificate will be revoked. So you might want to take this opportunity. You might want to take this opportunity to to register for it and make do of the opportunity at the moment. Thank you. Please keep the virtual emojis coming in. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Please look out for your favorite events in this BSB conference. So, what you're going to do is it's just pretty simple. All you need to do is to take a preferred screenshot of your favorite moment in this BSB conference and share it on all platforms on social media using the hashtag BSB conference, the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference 2023. And you would have to tag the teacher come millionaire or tag the Sprouting Daisies handle on all social media platforms. Now, having said that, I'd like to use this opportunity as well to bring in the convener of this fantastic initiative, Victoria Ogulade Ajishe, who is the convener. Victoria Ogulade Ajishe is a strategic educationist with experience covering curriculum development, instructional design, course facilitation, educational technology, and teacher training. A UNESCO MGIEP master trainer and independent consultant, Microsoft Innovative Education expert, Microsoft Innovative Educator trainer, Microsoft Certified Educator, Google Applied Digital Skills Ambassador, and HP IDEA Fellow. She is a STEAM integration specialist and has worked with organizations on CSR projects to train approximately 2,000 educators in 4 years on the importance of STEAM and how it can be integrated into their lessons to improve learning and ultimately raise students who are fit for the 21st century. She has also facilitated many professional development trainings and courses for over 6,000 educators and have helped prepare them for a range of certifications, including becoming Microsoft certified educators, HP IDEA associates, leading innovations in their schools and communities, and the digital trainer course by UNESCO MGIEP, to mention a few. She has earned a reputation as an astute professional with excellent communication, critical thinking, and analytical skills, and leverage her experience to collaborate with stakeholders across all levels, bringing strong values, ethics, culture, and pride to the educational industry while delivering unique and authentic perspectives to support various facets of the educational sector. She is highly committed to imparting others and contributing her best to make the world a better place. Because of her passion for education and the persistent issues surrounding educators' low remuneration, she came up with a project and community for teachers termed the Teacher Come Millionaire to help educators discover and maximize their potentials to earn more, boosting their confidence, morale, and passion to do what they love, which is to teach. She has currently trained more than 500 teachers on this project. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, can we give it up to the convener, Mrs. Victoria Ogunlade Ajishe? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Tubiele, for that welcome. I want to use this opportunity to welcome everyone to the maiden event, the maiden edition of the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference. So while preparing for this event, I was thinking, should I actually write, a welcome address like most events, how most conveners do? Then I thought about it again and said, no, I'm just going to speak directly from the heart, straight as it comes to me. So I remember back in December last year, 2022, when I had a program, it was called the Strategy Masterclass for Educators, and we had about 200 educators in attendance that December 2022. I remember emphasizing and repeating that one of my goals for the year 2023 was to impact at least 500 educators. I said one of my goals was social impact and influence. I had no idea how I wanted to do it. Of course, I had reached educators in my own little way, but I did not know how I was going to carry out that vision and the plan I had to, help educators achieve the same things that I've achieved for myself or even more. But I just knew that I wanted to do it. So in January, I was able to start the TCM tribe that had 55 educators. In fact, the goal I had set was 100. So I was like, oh, wow, 55 educators. I'm very close to my 100 goals, to the goal of reaching 100 educators before the end of the year. So I said to myself, 100 is really small. If I can get 55 educators in January, then it means I can reach 100 even before the end of the month. And then I increased the goal to 500, that by December 2023, I should have been able to impact at least 500 educators. 3 months passed by, 6 months passed by. It didn't grow further than, I didn't go more than 100. And I said, wow, how would I get to 500? So it felt really difficult for me. The interesting part of all of this is that this idea, the idea of the conference, came to me just about 6 weeks ago. So what we are all experiencing here today happened in the space of 6 weeks. I remember it was on a Sunday morning. I didn't go to church on that day. In fact, it was from the midnight. I was walking and I sent the invitation message to the speakers, Mr. Benga, Mr. Olakpeson, and Mr. John Griffin, in the midnight of that Sunday 6 weeks ago. And I wasn't even sure if they were going to, to agree to doing this. I've never met John Griffin before. We met on Facebook. We connected on Facebook, say just few weeks before I sent an invite to him. And I was surprised and really shocked. He was actually the first person to agree to being in this conference today. Now, I do not want to take the glory for all of this. This was not possible by my own ability alone. I'm very grateful to all of the volunteers here in Nigeria. I would have loved to call everyone's name, but I do not want to make the mistake of omitting anyone's name. So to every of the volunteers, if you're here watching, you can share your favorite emoji. Thanks for your commitment. Thanks for everything you've done to make today a success. Thanks to all of the volunteers from other African countries we've never met before. You probably just met me via the course, the digital teacher course, and you decided to commit your time, to commit your resources to make this a success today. So I want to appreciate everyone for committing your time to be here, for your investment in your professional development, for making out time to say yes. I want to learn more. I want to be more. I know that I have the capacity to be better than I am today, and that is why every one of you are here. And I pray that you're going to go back, better than you came, because we've got the best that you could ask for. From the moderators to the speakers to the panelists. I fact that you're going to learn from every one of them. So once again, I say welcome to the maiden event of the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference, and do have a swell time as I also plan to have in the event today.
Wow, thank you so much, Mrs. Victoria Gunadi Ajishi. Now, before I call on our first speaker, there's something that resonated with me from what she said, and it has to do with intentionality. It has to do with the fact that she was attuned to her gifts, her talents, and she was able to piece it together. She didn't make it go to waste. And guess what? I also learned about something about networking, which brings me to quite an instructive information I'd like to give every one of you to please, when the time comes, try to network. You just don't know what is going to come next. You just don't know what we can get from it. Who knows? The next minute you might be meeting with the next Minister of Education. You might be having the next big collaboration, that is going to come in the education space. All right. So thank you very much. The Build a Sustainable Brand Conference, themed Teachers Leading in Crisis, Reimagining Education. I'd like to introduce the first speaker for today, by name John A. Griffin. John Griffin is the Chief Academic Officer of Primerica Education Group, Dubai. With over 2 decades of leadership experience spanning 3 continents, John has made significant contributions to primary, secondary, and tertiary education. His most recent endeavor involved spearheading the establishment of academic programs at a GEM startup school located in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. Before this achievement, John held a leadership role in the International Curriculum and Assessment Department of the prestigious private school in Riyadh. Additionally, he served as a dean in a private boarding college in Ireland, where he actively participated in adult continuing education at UCC and dedicated his time as a volunteer for the National Adult Literacy Agency of Ireland. Furthermore, John's professional journey led him to the United States, where he worked as an assistant professor for several years, teaching literature, philosophy, ethics, logic, and creative writing, while also overseeing a further education and training academic program for adults. Notably, John has played a vital role in accreditation processes and the professional development of both leaders and educators. He firmly believes in the establishment of communities of care as the driving force behind educational excellence and reform. Recognized for his expertise, John is highly sought after as a plenary speaker and has delivered impactful presentations at numerous conferences, including Sigma Tau Delta and TESOL Arabia. In addition to his educational pursuits, John has showcased his literary talent as a published poet and author of over 50 books, which encompass insightful monographs on education. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing round of applause, can we welcome the one and only John A. Griffin?
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. I hope everyone can hear me. Um, it's really a pleasure and an honor to attend this conference today. And when Miss Victoria asked me to participate, I jumped at the chance because I felt it was a meeting of the minds and a meeting of the spirits, though we have never met except virtually. I really, truly value the work she is doing. And particularly this conference, I think, is apropos in so many ways because it addresses, I think, an incipient sort of crisis in our profession in education. So it's an honor for me to speak to you today. And I hope that my few remarks resonate with everyone. I do note that Mr. Emmanuel has already talked about networking and collaborating. These are buzzwords for me, and they absolutely amplify my core beliefs in education and what education should be about. And if I take a slightly different, almost counterintuitive track today, please bear with me. I would invite our participants and our attendees to put questions or comments in the chat box and to actively participate, because this should be a occasion for mutual sharing. I will try to share my screen because I have a slide presentation which I will go into. So let me see if I can do this. Yes, is that showing? Yeah. That's fantastic. Okay. Well then, as Mr. Manuel and Ms. Victoria mentioned, the title of the conference is Teachers Leading in Crisis and Reimagining the Future. I'm originally from Ireland. I spent about 20 years in the United States teaching mostly at the community college level. And at the university level, I was teaching creative writing, as Mr. Manuel said, and logic and philosophy, and period courses in literature. My area of expertise is actually the German idealist movement in philosophy, as it laid the groundwork for the Romantic movement in literature. So a lot of the aesthetic ideas and the what I call the theologization of aesthetics happened during that time. I've never actually practiced much of that. I've always been in the K-12 sector, so most of my work has been in leadership and in school reform. I would like to mention that my first slide, which is a blueprint of a school, is something I have borrowed from a colleague of mine at Premier Education Group. This one. My colleague David Miles gave a presentation in the early weeks of the founding of our company, and he presented this image, which is a blueprint for a school. And if you look, you can see it's a pretty normal blueprint for a school. You have the classrooms left and right, you have the corridor going down the middle, and then you have utility rooms, probably the principal's office and stuff like this. But the shocking moment came when David shared with us that this blueprint is actually from the late 1800s. And that got us thinking about learning spaces and about the way we structure and build schools and the way we think even about schools and how they should look. If blueprints for schools haven't changed much in the last 300 years, then what does that tell us about education? What does that tell us about the kinds of institutions we are building for our children? And what does it tell us about the paradigm that we're addicted to? And I believe, and this is probably the main point of my presentation today, I believe that we are undergoing a massive paradigm shift, not only in education, but in sustainable models, in the way we look at the environment, with climate change, even with the economy. There's a great book coming out on January 9th, 2024 by a young Japanese philosopher called the Degrowth Manifesto. And the Degrowth Manifesto is essentially making this claim. I've read advanced copy of it. It's essentially making this claim that the paradigm and the models we use to solve our problems can't be the same models that cause the problems. And I got to thinking about this in terms of education. Are the paradigms and are the models we use to answer the fundamental issues and challenges of education the same ones that caused the problems in the first place? And do we need, as Thomas Kuhn said in his great book, The Copernican Revolution, do we need a paradigm shift? And when we think of the history of ideas, there have been momentous moments, I suppose, in ideas that shifted the mindset from one way of thinking to another way of thinking. And that's what I'm talking about. And a lot of the books that I've been looking at recently, John Hattie, who is a guru in education, is talking about the Lean Education Manifesto. It's essentially a degrowth model. Then there's a computer designer who spent his professional life, designing brands, how to reach customers, how to satisfy the customer, how to let the customer drive your industry, Jerry McGovern, and he's written a book called Worldwide Waste, which is essentially a degrowth manifesto as well. So what these thinkers from various different sort of professions and disciplines are talking about is paring back, cutting back, making it more lean, getting to the core message. And essentially what Miss Victoria's work is about is rebranding education. And I got to thinking about that, especially when we first started talking. Indeed, I believe education is in a branding crisis at the moment. And that's what I would like to look at for the rest of this presentation, just to what degree we as educators need to recalibrate, redesign, assess our paradigm and the way we look at things. So if you would, yes. So if we think of the probably the main event in the last 3 years, that would be obviously the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic reminded me of the metaphysical poets of the 17th century who talked about, and even Shakespeare as well, talking about death as the leveler. And it's the one thing that we all have in common. It's the thing that makes us human, that unites us. COVID, in a sense, was a drive like that. It reminded us of our common and shared humanity. If you had a pair of lungs and you were breathing air, you were vulnerable. Everyone was vulnerable. And yet that as a crisis, and I'd like you to think of an antonym for the word crisis in this particular slide, and that antonym would be opportunity. I would like us to think of crises as opportunities, if we just think of them as ways to change the way we do things and look at them differently. So what did COVID-19 do to education? I worked in a jurisdiction in Saudi Arabia. I think it was probably the one country that was in lockdown longest. Over 2 years, children were out of school. And there were a lot of emergency and mitigation measures put in place for when the children would return back face to face. And I'll come back to the challenges of the COVID as during the initial stages of COVID. But before I do that, I'd like to suspend something over this conversation. And that's the idea that when children came back into the system and they came back to face-to-face teaching, many of the educators I was talking to and dealing with and working with kept saying, there's been a huge learning loss. The children are behind socially and emotionally. They've regressed. We need to put emergency measures in place. The learning has been stopped. The learning has been suspended. We need to fix this. And I began to think about the kinds of claims that were being made about the children during those 2 years. And a lot of those claims were based on measures, pre-COVID measures. So the teachers were saying, by these measures, which are pre-COVID, we are saying that the children fell behind during COVID. When they come back, we need to accelerate those measures to get them caught up. If we would stay with the previous slide, the crisis, because I've a few of those to go through. Yeah, please. So I was wondering, do we need to actually look at our measures again? Or let's ask the question this way. During COVID-19, when the children were out for many months, did they actually stop learning? Did they stop learning, or were they continually learning and we just don't know about it? Have children begun to learn in a different way and we are not caught up as educators? Is there something about the inquisitive, curious mind, especially of children, no matter what they're doing, that they're acquiring knowledge, skills, dispositions for learning, dispositions for life, skills, competencies? They're acquiring all of these things, but yet not according to our particular paradigm. And think back to the blueprint. That was a blueprint for schools that came from the 1800s. Have we really changed the way we look at education over the last 300 years? Are we still working with sort of traditional, embedded, deep-seated paradigms that no longer serve? And if they don't serve, what do we need to change as educators to meet our students and our children where they are today? What kind of learning are they engaged in? And how do we meet that and prepare them for a new world, so to speak? So some of the other crises that happened during COVID-19, there was a lot of stress and burnout. A lot of teachers found themselves having to relearn the craft of teaching during the pandemic, and particularly to adjust to the remote distance learning, to hybrid, asynchronous models of teaching that they were not familiar with before, or that they didn't have enough training in. And I know from my experience in Saudi that a lot of parents just decided they would sit in on these remote lessons and see what was going on. And for the first time, because the way Saudi is structured, it's segregated by gender. So I wouldn't have been able to visit, let's say, a grade 2 girls class or a grade 9 girls class. But during COVID, I was able to pop into those classes and observe and just stay in the background. The teachers would notify the students that a man was present and they might shut off their cameras, but I could follow the lessons. But the parents, when they saw what was happening in classes, said, oh, this is what we're paying for. This is the quality of education we're paying for. So we had a huge crisis in parents deciding that they weren't going to pay the tuition anymore because they finally saw, I think, what was going on. And that was just a response to an emergency, and we had to be tolerant and we had to be patient, all of those things. But I think the parents also were part of the paradigm shift that is happening without maybe even being aware of it. Maybe they wanted something else. During COVID, a lot of teachers left the profession worldwide. So it definitely has an identity crisis. It definitely has a branding crisis. And I think we can all work with the basic presumption and assumption that teaching and learning is essential, that education is essential. So teachers leaving the profession is a crisis. Why is that happening? And then in other jurisdictions, we had a shortage of teachers. What exactly was going on? Why were teachers leaving? Why weren't we able to recruit enough teachers? Then the inequalities that happened during COVID. We saw the inequalities where some jurisdictions and some students didn't have access to the digital tools to carry on their learning. And others did. So others were doing remote learning. They had their devices in front of them. Others didn't. And so what was happening during that moment? What did COVID highlight about the inequalities that exist, not just culturally, socioeconomically, but in education itself? Did COVID inaugurate a reset in education? And what exactly does that look like? What are we dealing with now post-COVID? Back to business as usual, or do we have to go in a different direction? And then I think the next thing that is hugely significant in recent times is the advent of AI, things like ChatGPT and these instruments and platforms that allow the core sort of fundamental practice process-based work to be done rapidly. You can write an essay in a matter of seconds on any topic, feed what you will into the prompt, and you'll get something in return, and then you tweak that and work with it. I do believe that COVID-19 did highlight a lot of the questions we need to be asking now about what education ought to be going forward. What is the brand of education? What does it look like? Is teaching in crisis? Is education in crisis? And how do we, going back to the title of this conference, how do we reimagine the future? What does it look like? Do we do it without the voice of the students, without the input of the parents and other stakeholders, or are they crucially important to the work we're doing? Going back to what Mr. Emmanuel mentioned at the beginning, collaboration. And he mentioned that my belief in education is that we create communities of care. It is my absolute core belief that the most effective way to drive education is through building communities of care. We also noticed during COVID that we had a higher incidence of mental health issues and teachers needing support and students needing more support. And a lot of the initiatives and a lot of the publications in the education industry in recent times have been around well-being, pastoral care, social and emotional learning. And it's a growing industry in our field now, how to really mind our students and our teachers, how to promote their well-being and care for them and mind them in the right way. We also saw during COVID that teachers perhaps have fallen behind in their training and their skilling. They need to be upskilled, they need to be retrained. Teachers indeed need to be retaught. But can we do this in a lean way? Can we do it in a way that's not that's cost effective, essentially? As I mentioned already, we saw global inequalities. In the States, Obama passed the ESSI Act, the Every Student Succeed Act, and essentially it's a way to relook at assessment, but also to build well-being programs for students. Standardized testing, is that any longer serviceable? We talk about norm referencing and criterion referenced testing, but is testing realistic? Is it even normal, if you want to use that word? In what other area of life do we do one-shot tests to see whether somebody has acquired a skill or not? I think of any sport event and any sporting or person or athlete. They learn from their mistakes, right? They keep working at it until they succeed. Indeed, it's those failures along the way that help them to succeed and help them to get better. But are we, with our high stakes testing, imposing a sort of a model on students that's unnatural, that's not reflected in the real world? In what job will you be assigned a task and you get only one chance to do it, and the person says by this date, and then you're done. You have an F for that particular task, or maybe your contract is terminated. Is it realistic? Do we really need to relook at the way we test? Do we need to look at the way students and teachers talk to each other? What kind of relationships exist between teachers and students? Because COVID also highlighted a breakdown in relationships. How were, let us say I'm coming in and I'm observing a class remotely, and I have my usual observation tool for a walkthrough in a class. But if I'm looking at something remotely, what am I looking at? What am I supposed to be looking at? What is good teaching and learning when I'm sitting looking at my device? What should I be looking for? Have we been taught that? Is there a paradigm shift? Are students engaged in a different way? Have they their devices on and they're making a cup of coffee, or they're playing on their PlayStation behind the scenes? So for me, these kinds of things highlight, I think, many of the crises that were brought to a head during COVID and with the advent of AI. And I'd like to look for a moment at some of the responses just to see if they're adequate to the crisis and adequate to the situation. So the next slide is the responses slide. Yes. So in many jurisdictions, and I know from my own experience in Saudi Arabia, the response was an emergency response. Everyone was hustling to sort of put a quick fix in place. And I remember in those first weeks when students first came back, we would have odd cases of someone testing positive, and then the whole school would be shut down, and we'd be back to square one, and we'd be back to looking at our mitigation plan and trying to reset that and make it fit for purpose when the students came back again. So there was a lot of hasty sort of decisions and a lot of throwbacks to the pre-COVID era when they may not have been appropriate. And the schools shutting down themselves were responses to a crisis, removing the opportunity for students to interact with one another, to communicate with one another, to play with one another. Those kinds of things most definitely were deprived of students. Teaching without training, as I've mentioned already. Oversight, supervision. What does oversight and supervision look like when your entire educational platform is digital? And what does accountability in education look like during this? And the gap analysis and the bridging the gaps I've already talked about. A lot of the educators and a lot of the leaders in the school I was working in said the students have fallen behind. They've lost their learning. They've lost the ability to think critically, to problem solve, to work with one another as part of a group. What do we do? And again, emergency measures being put in place to deal with that. Then we were really under pressure to put new professional development and training in place. We were adapting and adjusting on the fly, but were we making the right adaptations and the right adjustments? When we were talking about performance management and holding teachers to account, and many teachers lost their contracts during COVID, and maybe unfairly so. And maybe that spread a sort of a contagion, another kind of contagion through the system, which affected teachers and the way they looked at their profession. I've already talked about the mental and physical well-being issues and the observation protocols and procedures. For me, though, the appropriate responses were to come together and work as a team. This is partly why I like the work of John Hattie in Visible Learning so much. He basically gathered together 250 influences on student outputs and rated them using his metric of effect sizes, and essentially said, these are the things that work in education, these are the things that do not work. Let's do more of the things that work and that we know work, and let's discontinue doing the things that don't work. I think that's a good way of looking at it. And probably the highest effect size, besides student self-reported grades, meaning students' awareness of their own capacity, is collective teacher efficacy. Collective teacher efficacy is essentially teachers working together as a community, supporting one another, co-teaching, giving one another positive feedback, collaborating, being kind to one another, listening to one another. These are all basic human characteristics when humans get together. And yet there's such a rarity in our profession. And yet they're core, they're foundational. These don't require a revolution or a great paradigm shift. But I believe that's at the core of what we're doing as educators. Building relationships for learning and for the future. Building community. And all of us share this in common. No matter where we come from, this is the thing that binds us. Working with other human beings. Working together. Seeing the future together. Knowing that we're in this together. That this is how we should proceed. So for me, building community, making it about the students, and making it about the students really, they're building those relationships with students, knowing your students. I can't tell you how many educators I've worked with who, even after maybe 8 weeks, don't even know the names of the students sitting in front of them. They don't know their interests, their hobbies, what drives them, if they're sad or happy on a given day, what might be the causes. They have no interest in their students' lives. I think this is a core quality of teachers. They must maintain this interest and this connection with their students. If that's absent, everything else is absent. And I think back to my own experience in Ireland, and I'm sure it's the same in Nigeria. The person who taught me history taught my father history and my uncles history and taught all of my brothers. And this sort of continuity and sustainability, we knew this man, we knew his family, we knew each other, we shared a lot in common. It was an effective sort of response to teaching and learning. We were embedded in the same enterprise. We both had the same hopes for the future, and he fed off of our hopes for the future, and he built those relationships. But I've worked in a place, for example, Saudi, where the teachers come for 2 years and they're gone again. They come for 2 years, they're gone again. They take no interest in the students. They're not interested in their well-being and welfare. They're there as sort of teacher tourists, and they move on. This model doesn't work. And it was highlighted again during COVID, where parents saw perhaps that the teachers had never developed that relationship with their child. So that's another thing that has happened. Then there's culture, child protection and safeguarding. If you look at educational policies across the world, they're bringing in child safeguarding and child protection and feedback. And there's been a huge paradigm shift in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, child safety, and child protection. These are the things that are now driving the paradigm. If we go to the next slide, please. So I'm asking this question, and I know that I don't have much time left, but I'm asking this basic question. Think of the pre-COVID paradigm. Think of what happened during COVID. Ask yourself this question. Did students really stop learning? Did learning stop completely? Think of the Khan Academy or flipped classroom models where students are using different ways of accessing and acquiring information, knowledge, and understanding. Did that cease completely during COVID, or did it continue in a way that we have not yet caught up with? And that's my basic question. Next slide. So I think the challenges that lie ahead for us are basically epistemological, which is branding. How do we redefine education for our future? How do we reimagine it? Are we afraid of artificial intelligence, or do we embrace it as another tool? And if we embrace it as another tool and we're thinking of things like plagiarism or inauthentic learning, how do we make it real? How do we impose an ethical, moral structure on something like artificial intelligence? Is that the role of educators? To take it on board, but to redesign it so that it's used properly, as any tool should be used properly. So is that what rebranding means for us in our world? What about learning spaces? Should we continue to have classes, desks in a row, corridors, or should we reimagine our learning spaces, somewhat like Prakash Nair? There's a great architect working in America from India named Prakash Nair, and he has redesigned learning spaces in a unique way that opens up, like the idea of learning 24/7, 365. He has opened up learning spaces and gotten rid of corridors in schools. Is that what we need to do? Are we moving more towards a virtual model? What are the marketplace requirements? What do employers want from students? We talk about 21st century skills, but what are they really looking for? Interpersonal skills, good communication skills, problem solving, critical thinking, or do they want practical hands-on skills? Should the students do their learning at home and when they come to school, just simply practice their knowledge and understanding? Just simply hone and develop their skills. That's what schooling should be about, developing those skills and not wasting time with content acquisition. And should we be more tolerant, more inclusive, more diverse? Should we be fairer? Should we have more equal access to resources? Is this what we're looking for? Next slide. I believe that teachers like John Hattie are the main drivers of student improvement and student achievement. So he believes, and he's constantly saying this, why don't the policymakers and the administrators get out of the way and let teachers teach? I believe the same. Let the teachers teach. And in his Lean manifesto, which I mentioned at the outset, he's even talking about, why are we requiring teachers to have all these certificates and all of these qualifications and all of these things when sometimes the best teachers are the ones who don't have this? Should we re-look at the way we demand qualifications and certifications of teachers? And what does instructional leadership look like in a world like that? If I know that I'm kind of stuck for time, so if we would go to the last slide, the Carl Sagan one, I would just like to quickly sum up with this. It sort of rounds up what I've been saying. If you would go to that. Thank you, Ms. It's the next one, last one. Keep going till you come to the image at the end. And I can share this presentation, this one. The slide before it, just the slide before it. Okay, this is an image of the Earth. That white dot, or that pale blue dot, is an image of the Earth taken from 6 billion miles away in space. It was taken by the Voyager 1 spacecraft, which was sent into space in 1977, and is now something like 15 billion miles away from Earth. But when it was 6 billion miles away, it took an image of the Earth from that distance. And it took almost a year for all of the pixels to come together to give us this image. But if you look closely, you can see a little bright dot in a ray, and that's the Earth. And the next paragraph from Carl Sagan kind of sums up his reflections on looking at the Earth from that distance, and basically saying that everyone we know, everyone we have ever known, all of human history, everything we've ever accomplished and achieved, all the wars we have fought, all the people who loved one another, lived on that little dot, a little speck of dust in space. And he saw it as a humbling sort of image, because it reminds us that in the great grand scheme of things, we're pretty small. And it gives us a kind of an imperative and an opportunity to look around and to build community and to take care of one another and to see that we have a common purpose. This is what COVID reminded us of, that we have a common purpose. This is what the Great Reset in education is telling us, that we have a common shared purpose and we are stewards of one another. And on that note, I would like to conclude. I'm sorry the end was a little bit rushed, but essentially I think I got to the theme of today's conference. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John A. Griffin. That was absolutely profound. Going through what you have shared, it's just revealing that there are lots of things that we get to learn from this. And it just brings me to the fact that we actually need to look out for rebranding at the barest minimum. That rebranding is going to be a game changer. And what even stood out for me was that I'm happy that education has started taking a positive shift, such that people have started thinking differently, and that the solutions we use to treat the problems should not be the same as what caused the problem. That actually came profound. And going to the last one, the question of the day that I'd like to leave in everyone's heart is this: why? Why must teachers have to go through the rigmarole of having to acquire lots and lots and lots of certifications when the best that could come out of a teacher is the passion from the heart, the ways in which they can change the trajectory. This person, Prakash Nair. Yeah, I just googled him, and it's it really came instructive to me, Prakashner. And I looked at the spaces that he has created in various learning spaces, and I thought that was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And participants, please remember to take a selfie, take a screenshot of your favorite moment in this conference and share it using the hashtags available. Thank you so much. At this moment, I think it will be nice, or it would be nice for me to call on the second moderator. I'm not sure if she is available. Mrs. Chinenye, are you there? Oh, that is absolutely
Yes,
amazing.
I am.
Chinenye.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Emmanuel. I appreciate you. You've been doing an amazing job. I am Chinenye Priscilla Anemena, and I am so glad to be part of this conference. Thank you, Mr. John, for such a powerful session and tasking us as educators to build a community, to develop ourselves through continuous training, and also to build an accountability strategies. You also mentioned maintaining mental and physical well-being. And lastly, you asked us, the model of teachers' tourism must stop. We need to build a sustainable system by having a structure that our students would pass through us without having to change teachers every 2 years. Thank you so much, Mr. John. That was indeed an impactful session. We're moving on to the panel session. Are you excited about the panel session? If you are, I need you to leave an emoji or your favorite comment or saying, ready, ready. Okay, so we're moving on to this session. We have amazing world-class facilitators who are ready to take us on a roller coaster ride. We want you to sit still, fasten your belt as you get ready for this ride. Our first speaker for this panel session heads the Startup Lagos Innovates team at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. In his role, he leads the curation, execution, and evaluation of interventions that have supported over 150 startups and innovation-driven enterprises in Lagos, as well as facilitated the trainings of 215 tech enthusiasts with the desired outcome of exponentially creating jobs and positioning Lagos as the startup capital of Africa and very soon the world. He is an astute manager of human and material resources with over 5 years of experience in the health sector, insurance tech sector, MSME development, public policy, and administration. He was previously the special advisor to the chairperson board of trustees of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, where he led the execution of 650 million naira grant support fund in partnership with private sectors, partners, and non-governmental organizations to support 2,779 small businesses that were affected by the devastating economic effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. This project saved over 15,000 direct and 75,000 indirect jobs across Lagos State. Before transitioning into the public sector, he completed a Master's of Public Policy degree from the University of Oxford, where he studied as an Africa Initiative for Governance scholar and was the vice president of the University of Oxford Africa Society. He's also an alumnus of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Outside of work, he served as the Director of Policy and Government Regulations, as well as the Director of Skills Development at the ECHO chapter of foremost youth group in the world, Junior Chambers International, JCI. He is an adjunct lecturer and teaches the element of public administration course to the first-year undergraduate students of the Department of Public Policy and Administration of Mivo University. His teaching brings a perfect mix of the practice and theory of public administration in Africa. This amazing, incredible, fantastic global voice is none other than, I need drum rolls, Dr. Hakeem Onasanya. You're welcome to this panel session, and we're so honored to have you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hakeem. Thank you for being part of this conference.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me. I hope
Thank you,
can hear me
sir.
clearly.
Yes, please. Yes, please, we can hear you. So, Mr. Emmanuel, would like you to read the profile of the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chinenya. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you. Now, the next person, the next panelist that we're going to be calling up now is Dr. Toyin Sam Emehelu. Dr. Toyin, a competent and seasoned education consultant, certified leadership mentor, business leader, and coach. She is currently the CEO and lead consultant at Core Skills Transformational Academy Limited. She holds a doctorate degree in educational planning and management from Prowess University, USA. She is the senior special assistant to the director general at the Chartered Institute of Mentoring and Coaching, Nigeria, fellow at the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, and a member of the Pan African Consultants Association. She is an author of 20 books. She serves on various advisory boards of organizations in Africa and the United Kingdom. She is also a brand ambassador of 3 educational companies. She is the training and development lead at Equip Nigeria, that is the John C. Maxwell's nonprofit organization. Toyin is a recipient of several international and national awards, a wife and mother of 2 young, astonishing leaders. Please let's make welcome Dr. Toyin Sam Emehelu.
Yeah, it's great to be here, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm outdoor trying to manage family and work. So we'll be able to do this together. Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you so much for joining. Over to you, Chinenye.
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for that incredible introduction. So we will be inviting a third panelist. Someone you really need to listen to and gain from his wealth of experience. He is a recognized EdTech specialist, data analyst, and AI learning technologist. He has carved a niche in the intersection of education and data analytics. With a first-class degree from Tai Solarin University of Data Analytics of Education and Certification, as a Microsoft certified trainer and innovative educator expert. His accolades span from a teaching experience and achievement fellowship from the U.S. Department of State to recognition in global arena like Dubai, Singapore, and Paris. His passion for leveraging data and AI to promote quality education, UN, that is the United Nations Sustainable Goal 4, has led him to excel as a Microsoft Power BI analyst. He has imparted data analytics skill to over 600 individuals, employing tools such as Excel, Power BI, SQL, and Python. His contributions span education, health, finance, and sales sector, where he is engaged in numerous data analytics projects. As an educator, he has trained over 35,000 teachers across 19 states in Nigeria, Botswana, and Ghana. He has been an ambassador for his state and country in international platforms, representing them in Ghana, Mauritius, South Africa, Kenya, Singapore, France, and the United States. At Tech Prime Hub, his role is not confined to administration, but extends to innovation. He is at the M of initiatives like Agrotech Hackathon, Teacher X, Codeliners, Edo Girls Can Code, Team Right, Teach Right, and STEM Her Coding and Robotics program. These endeavors reflect his advocacy for modern teaching methods, STEM education, and coding in schools. He is also dedicated to democratizing tech skills by producing technology-related content in Yoruba across various social media platforms. This effort has garnered a substantial following and has garnered attention from numerous media outlets, including the BBC. accolades such as winning the first prize Union Bank EdTech Challenge for EduBox, a device that bridges the education divide, and the 2020 African Union Continental Teachers Prize bear testimonies to his exceptional contributions. Combining his profound expertise in data analytics, artificial intelligence, a fervent passion for education, and a commitment to social impact, our third panelist is a pivotal figure in the contemporary education landscape. Through innovative methodologies and unwavering dedication, he continues to revolutionize the field, transforming education with data-driven insights, one step at a time. This man, whom I will call a human robot, a human artificial intelligence, is none other than Mr. Olalekan Adeokon. Please, can you welcome this amazing educator to the virtual stage? Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Chineye, for that introduction. So thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to an exciting time with the teachers out there.
Thank you, sir. It's such a pleasure to have you here. So we will be welcoming, yes, please. We will be welcoming our three panelists to the stage so we can have this amazing panel sessions with them. And we would love to start with Dr. Hakim. Okay, Dr. Hakim, we're so glad to have you. In your role at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, where you contributed immensely, what gap would you say you observed in the education sector, and what innovative solutions did you prefer to them that helped to address those problems? Again, you have served so well in the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and we're sure you must have met or encountered challenges that pertains to education. What are the possible solutions that you have implemented to address these problems?
Thank you very much. Just be sure that you can hear me clearly.
Yes, please.
Okay, so thank you very much. It's quite nice to be here. That's not only because what I do at the LSETF is concerns education, interestingly making people ready for the labor force, but also because I'm the son of a teacher, so I was brought up by one. So the gap that we have seen due to lack of quality education has been reflected by the greatest menace of our society, which is unemployment. Now, unemployment is an educational gap because it means that we are putting in, we are supplying people into the labor force that the labor force does not need, or that the labor force does not have a place to accommodate. And that gap is from two angles. One is in the area of soft skill, because if you talk to the players of labor today, they'll tell you that one of the greatest issues they have with graduates is soft skills like leadership training, working in teams, the basic tenets, for example, of punctuality, of diligence. These are things that are no longer at the forefront of our educational system. And these are things that when we have our trainings for graduates already, we impute in our trainings, because for us, giving people the skill without commensurately adding soft skill training is taking us nowhere. That's the first one. The second one is the fact that the educational system is training people for a labor market that was only existent 20, 30 years ago. I'll give an example. If students across schools in Nigeria are not learning with the various Microsoft Office tools, then tell me what kind of labor market we are preparing them for. And the question is, how many students in our schools have access to laptops where they can even do the basic Excel work on basic Excel sheets. So to round up is two issues. One is in the area of soft skill, which we are actively trying to solve by ensuring that none of our trainings, none of our interventions for young people in Lagos, for example, none of it would exclude what you call it, soft skill training, leadership training, how to work in teams, how to have the basic tenets of integrity, punctuality, and the like. These are things that should have been inculcated in them in the educational system. The second one is ensuring that we close that skill gap. We ensure that we are getting them ready for the 21st century economy and 21st century jobs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Dr. Hakeem, for that insight, closing the gap and updating the labor market skill, and also preparing our children with soft skill for the future work. Thank you so kindly, sir. We're moving on to you, Dr. Toye. You ready for us?
Yes, I am. Thanks for accommodating me.
Thank you, ma'am.
You know how it is being a woman.
Yes, ma'am. You have done so well. You've done so well for yourself, for the country, and then for the globe. In what ways, having reached these giant strides, in what ways can teachers take on leadership roles in and beyond their classroom to influence positive change within the education sector? Again, with your experience and exposure, what way would you advise teachers to take on leadership roles in and beyond the classroom to influence positive change in the educational system in Nigeria and the globe at large? Dr. Toyin, over to you.
Yes. Okay, so good morning once again, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be here. And I'm sure that we can all hear me loudly. And it's always a great opportunity for me to speak to educators around the world. So the first thing is an average educator out there must first see themselves as a leader. It all starts with the mindset, right? So in the last couple of days, I have been reading a book by Stephen Covey, which has to do with the leader in me. So I just wanted to show us how it looks like. Yeah. So I got this book almost about 13,000 on Amazon, and actually on how to ensure that students across different classes, across different ages, across different spectrum actually take on leadership roles, right? And there was something I was reading this morning that was very profound. I always love to share, like they would say, as they're hot. So I was reading something very profound this morning, and I was literally blown away. It was talking about how can we, actually help students to how can we actually share leadership across the school spectrum. And then it says, number one, we have to first accept that mindset that we all are leaders. We all have the capacity to lead, but we all have the potential to lead. However, not every one of us have the capacity to lead. So leadership is actually a skill that can be built and can be developed. So number one, they have to have that mindset. Number two, they must be willing to take up leadership skills. And I have a best-selling book titled Personal Leadership for Educators. It has sold over 1,000 copies, and this is a book I would like to recommend to everybody on this call. If you have not read that book, you need to read that book, because I can't share everything that I know on this short call. And he mentioned three things. The first thing he said is that, first off, accept and embrace leadership roles. Don't see leadership as, it is a burden, kind of, but see it first as a sense of responsibility, as a sense of building your own capacity. Then number two, you need to be open-minded and value other people's opinion. Yes, you may not agree with everything everybody has to say, but you can be open-minded enough to at least listen. And then, of course, by that, you are able to also influence other people with your own opinions. And then number three, you have to find your voice. How do you find your voice as an educator? You need to identify that special thing about you that nobody does as exceptionally as you do, right? You need to be able to find your own strength. find your uniqueness, find your unique abilities, find your unique qualities. And this is one of the things that we do on our mentoring program, which we actually started yesterday, but you can still join in. We have about 12 psychometric tests that will help to, help you develop your capacity even as an educator. And then the truth is, if you are able to develop your leadership quotient as an educator, what happens is the fact that you will geometrically be able to influence more profiles, do a lot more for yourself, and do a lot more for our world. So I hope I've been able to answer that question quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. Thank you so kindly. Yes, please. There were a few things that we should take note of. Dr. Toyin mentioned that we should see ourselves as leaders and we should see leadership as a responsibility other than a burden, right? And then we should have an open mind because you cannot expect a change by doing the same thing repeatedly. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. So we're moving on to our third speaker, Mr. Olalekan Adeko. Okay, sir. How can educators enhance their adaptability to cope with the evolving changes in education?
Oh, thank you. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Okay. Yes, please. So Mr. John
Yes,
Griffin mentioned quite a few challenges, right? From the teachers' tourism, that's what he called it, teacher tourists not being stable at the profession. He also talked about the impact of COVID-19, which made a lot of teachers leave the profession, and there's sort of a deficit in the numbers of teachers. So how can teachers enhance the adaptability to cope with tough times, tough situations in the education sector?
Again, this is a very interesting question and relevant as such too, especially in the context of what you just mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic that disrupted the education sector worldwide. I would say that when we say crisis, we're not just talking about pandemic like COVID-19. Presently in Nigeria, we have our own kind of crisis. We have the highest number of out-of-school children. That is a crisis. Dr. Akim mentioned that we've got graduates that are unable to demonstrate proficiency in soft skill. That is also a crisis. We also have students that are not poised, are not interested in learning too. That is a crisis. So we have our work cut out for us as educators in terms of be able to adapt to these new changes. And when you talk about adaptability, you're talking about the ability to adjust one's thoughts, actions, and emotions in response to changing and uncertain situations. So what can we do as educators to ensure that we are well fortified to be able to help and in this crisis? So I would say one of them is what we are actually doing today, seeking professional learning opportunities. You can't give what you don't have. So by the time we attend programs like these, you attend webinars, trainings, conferences like this, you get to learn. You develop new skills and knowledge relevant to changing the educational landscape. So I would be shocked to hear from teachers today saying, you know what, I can't teach outside the four walls of the classroom, because COVID-19 has shown everybody that learning should not even stop. Whether the students are in the four walls of the school or not, we should find a way of engaging with them virtually, leveraging technology to ensure that we continue to reach out to them. So one of such ways of improving our adaptability skills is seeking professional learning opportunities. Another is collaboration. I say this every now and then, that teachers, we're trying, but there is always room for improvement. We can't do without helping ourselves. We can't do without sharing. By the time we collaborate with one another's, people that are facing similar challenges, we share best practices, we share resources, we hear feedback from people. Another thing is we need to reflect on our own experiences and also learn from our successes and failures. There is nothing wrong in failing, but what you do after failing is the most important thing. So when you do something, you fail, you have successes recorded, you want to go over this thing and appraise, and we keep adapting to things. And another is embracing a growth mindset that views challenges as an opportunities for learning and improvement. We shouldn't just shut down when faced with challenges. So these are some of the things that I believe educators can leverage on to ensure that they change and adapt to changing situations around us.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, sir. We will indeed seek professional opportunities, and that is why we're here. And we encourage, a lot of people to also do this by learning tech skill, knowing that the world is evolving and the world is not waiting for you to be ready before it changes. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Adeko. So we're moving next to Dr. Hakim. Dr. Hakim, from your experience, vast experience working with government agencies in Nigeria, a lot of us would agree with me that it's actually not easy getting government agencies to partner with you as educator, a startup educator, or even as consultants that's also starting up, or as school owners and every other educator who would like to go into collaboration with the government. So what strategies have you seen work well in fostering meaningful partnership between educators and government agencies in order to reimagine the education sector? What strategies, what formulas, what tips would you advise us that we can use for some of us who want to foster meaningful partnership with the government agencies in Nigeria? Over to you, sir, Dr. Hakim.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Working in government, I know that I cannot escape that kind of question. So I saw it. I saw it coming.
So
the first one, the first answer, I'll look at it in two ways, and I'll also make it very brief. First is organization. Now, the government, because of its nature, responds to numbers. And when I say response to numbers, is the government wants to be sure that whoever it is interfacing with represents a larger community, because you don't want to dissipate your efforts trying to reach out to different groups when you can reach out to one group and then solve the problem of a larger community. So to interface with the government strategically is to ensure that educators, teachers come together under one recognizable umbrella, and then with that umbrella interface strategically with government at intervals. Now, interfacing with government at intervals gives you idea on two things. It makes you understand the priorities of government at that time. Understand that the priorities of government changes as we have changes in commissioners, as we have changes in whoever is governor or president. So the fact that a former political leader said, "Oh, the focus is we're going to equip all schools with MacBooks," for example, and it doesn't mean that 3-4 years down the line you just hold it and say, "Oh, whoever is there must continue." Yes, is a system which is in place, but he also has his own priorities, because everybody comes into office understanding the problem that they want to solve and also formulating how they want to solve it. So educators and teachers organizing themselves into a recognizable group makes it easy for them to interface, to understand what priorities are, and also to understand where resources are, because understanding what the priorities are would inevitably open the doors to where the opportunities and the resources are. But if we want to interfere with the government singly, so for example, if I put it to the moderator, you imagine you're the commissioner for education, and on Monday 10 people come and see you and say, "Oh, we represent teachers from this region of Nigeria." You say, "Okay, so what do you want?" You say this, write it down. On Wednesday, other people come and say, "Oh, we represent teachers from X again." You say, "Okay." Then on Wednesday, another group comes. The first way you're going to screen who is which group even has the largest number, because the largest number most likely means that they have some credibility. That's who you're then going to listen to. But then the group with the smallest number that come on Monday would then say, "Oh, we cannot interface with government, they're not listening to us." But the question is, you've not organized yourself enough. And I keep saying that, and that is one of the reasons why it's going to be very difficult for governments to get rid of the transport union across the country. Transport union issues is not only Lagos. The Oyo State government is having its own fair share. The federal government having its own fair share. The reason why it is difficult to get rid of that union is because they are very unionized. They come together as a body. They speak one voice, and if educators and teachers can do that, it's
Wow.
it's much easier to interface what do you call it with government. And I think the
Yes, please.
last point, so that I can allow other people come in, is understanding that what you want, the way educators see the problem is different from the way the government or people in power see the problem. So you are seeing the problem as, oh, we don't have enough, what do you call it, computers in our schools. Valid problem, I must say. But to the but to the people in government, what they are seeing is we don't have enough teachers. What they are seeing is that, what do you call it, students are the problem, we don't have enough teachers. For example, we don't even have enough electricity. So while you are saying buy computers, buy what do you call it, devices for schools, they say we hear you, but the question is there are much deeper problems than we see. And as soon as they don't buy those computers and those systems, the assumption is, oh, they don't want to listen to us, they clearly don't understand what we are going through. What you don't understand is there's some problems that are already on the table before now. So understanding that there is a difference in how both parties see things makes it, what you call it, creates that conflict, and that conflict can only then be solved from constant engagement and also constant
Thank you so kindly,
use of
sir.
education and the likes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hakeem. Thank you for drawing our attention to the need to collaborate. That also buttressed the fact that Mr. Adeko mentioned earlier, that we should collaborate, right? Dr. Hakeem mentioned that we should collaborate because the government works with number. The larger the numbers, the more they would want to listen to you. And also, you should be specific in organizing your problem that you're preferring to solve, because how the government sees your problem, the problem you're proposing, is not how you say it. Thank you so kindly, Dr. Hakeem. So we're moving on to our next panelist, Dr. Tonya. You ready for us?
Yes, I am. I'm in a better
Thank you
and
so much, ma'am. Yes,
cooler
ma'am.
space.
So thank you, ma'am. Talking about building a sustainable brand, we all know that education on its own is a noble profession. However, the ability to build this profession or to excel as an educator and building a lasting brand is something that it's not an easy task. So from your experience and your perspective, how can teachers ensure that their efforts leave a lasting legacy for the students and generations to come? Mr. John Griffin mentioned how the teacher, his history teacher, was the same as his father and then his brother. And then, it was more like the same person. They understood the learning needs of those children. So how can educators build a lasting legacy? Thank you.
Wow. So the first thing is, the first challenge a lot of educators have, right, is the fact that they see their profession as a stopgap. For as long as you see education or being in the education sector as a stopgap, it's going to be very difficult for you to build a brand, right? And then when it comes to, I love the word build because it is not overnight, right? It is something that is long term. There's a principle I like to share. It's called the law of long-term perspective, and it says the farther you can plan, the higher you will go, and the faster you can reach there. So I'm going to use myself as an hypothetical example. When I got to discover that teaching was, in fact, my top gift, right? I discovered that I had four gifts, but teaching was number one, followed by leadership, followed by administration and exaltation. So what did I do? I made up my mind to say, since these are my areas of strength and my areas of natural gifting, I decided to focus on those areas and begin to build a lot more capacity. So the first thing is you have to embrace the profession. You have to love the profession. I said something on my status 2 days ago. I said people rarely succeed whenever they do what they don't like, but people oftentimes succeed whenever they do what they love or what they like. So it's first of all having to embrace the profession and seeing it as something that they are ready to invest their time, invest their effort, invest their energy, invest their resources. That is very, very key because a lot of educators love these things. I'm not saying these things are bad, But I want to encourage that. I mean, this year alone, I've invested close to 2 million on my personal and professional development. I'm sure some people say, oh, it's because you have the money, but hey, no. I remember way back in 2010, I was already paying for courses as high as 50, 60,000 way back then. I remember even how I got my computer proficiency skill was then I think I was earning about 20,000 thereabouts, and my computer class I had to pay like 10,000. So even though as at the time when I had little resources, I was ready to invest and go all the way. So now that I even have much more resources, I don't even want to tell you how much I had to spend for my doctoral degree because I actually earned it from United States of America. I know in that case I had to pay in dollars, right? So that love perspective matters a lot. And then you must also love what you're doing. Then number three is your consistency. I see a lot of people come on social media, they start, the initial brand, and then they start building their brand. But over time, you know, they become nowhere to be found. By the grace of God, I've been able to build my consistency. I think the first time I started working on my social media and public visibility was way back in 2012. Until this morning, we still shared some content and stuff in social media. This is because if you lack consistency, you are not going to be able to sustain that brand. Then, of course, you must have an overall vision. What is your why? Why are you doing what you're doing? So for us at Corporate Transformational Academy Limited, I do mention that our why we exist is very simple. Why we exist is simply to actually bring about simplistic, futuristic, and solution-oriented products and services to whoever comes in touch with us. And why, because we don't want people to have to reinvent the wheel. We don't want them to have to learn from their mistakes. We don't want them to have to get started from the scratch. And then our vision is very simple. It's to actually catalyze positive transformation in the lives of individuals and organizations. So it's
Amazing.
clear. Our why is clear. You're going to ask me this question, but I'm able to succinctly articulate it because this is what has helped us over time. Even when we had to face challenges, running business in Nigeria is tough. I don't need to tell us. Even when we had to face challenges, even when things didn't go the way we planned, our why has been our anchor, our ruler, our compass over the years. So I hope I've been able
Thank you
to
so
share.
kindly. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, dear educators such as myself, we need to learn to work in the long-term perspective. Do not just do that for that time and not sustain it. It has to be consistent. It has to be sustainable, right? And then you embrace your profession as a core skill, not something you just do for the meantime, right? So thank you so kindly, ma'am, for that amazing, amazing contribution. That was mind-blowing. So we're moving on to Mr. Adeko. Mr. Adeko, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Fantastic. So we'd like to know from you, sir. You have contributed technologically to the education sector with core digi skills and all of those. And we're sure that you have innovative approaches for which educators can use to improve their teaching method. So can you share with us these approaches, these innovative approaches like yours that educators can use to improve or enhance their teaching method and create more engaging learning experience? What advice would you give in this regard? Because as much as it's very important for educators to teach, it's also important for the educators to get feedback by engaging the scholars. So what approach would you share with us, sir?
Thank you once again for the question. So I would say I won't tell people to do what I do, because we're kind of different. We have different set of objectives to meet and different needs of our students or wherever we find ourselves. So I would say that the most important thing is for us to look at the objectives that we are trying to achieve and our goals, and then try to understand the needs, the interest, and the preference of your students too. So educators are also researchers. Maybe we don't know. So after the end of the term, we should still be able to do a kind of analysis and try and see what worked, what didn't work, because that will help us in coming up with something else creatively, or relying or choosing a particular learning strategy or approach. Okay, there are some different teaching strategies that can stimulate your student curiosity, creativity, and collaboration. And some of them, you can adopt something like inquiry-based learning. You know, you want to ask your student open-ended questions that encourage them to explore, investigate, and discover answers by themselves. You know, we don't want to just stop at that lower order thinking skills. You know, many of us are educators. We study the Bloom's taxonomy of learning. What we do basically today is to still restrict ourselves to that lower order thinking skill. We only ask them questions that require yes, no, or direct questions. So we only focus on comprehension and knowledge. We rarely move up to that application, analysis, synthesis. So when we embrace learning strategies like inquiry-based learning, like project-based learning, and we want the student to be able to use their learning experience to solve problems that concern them, you know, real world problem. That is what 21st century says, not just problem, not just solve for X and Y in our books. You know, we want them to solve real life problem, things that affect them. That is when we can actually engage with them. That is when we can actually get them to participate in classroom activities. And we should not get it wrong when we talk about the use of technology in the classroom. The use of technology is not when me as a teacher decide to dazzle the student with the amount of tech skills that I have. No, it is when the student can actually construct knowledge using technology themselves. So we want the student to be able to use technology to help themselves understand some concepts, you know, better. That is when we can actually say we are using technology, not when you as the teacher sit in front of the class and you start to demonstrate some things online. So we need to just understand what we are trying to achieve, understand our students, understand the goal, and then we'll be able to choose rightly the learning approach that will give us that desired results.
Thank you so kindly, sir. Dear participant, and I am sure you're really enjoying and gaining a lot from this panel session. Please don't forget to leave your comment, your take home, your call to action on the comment sections. And also we encourage you to post your questions at the end of this last segment of this question. We will be taking your questions so that our panelists would address those questions, right? So we're moving on to Dr. Hakeem again. Dr. Hakeem, do we still have you here?
Yes, I'm with you.
Are you ready to be here?
I've been ready since 10 o'clock.
Okay, sir. So I'd like to ask you, sir, a lot of educators aspire to be proactive leaders in influencing positive change and making impact in restructuring and redefining the education system in Nigeria. What advice would you give to these educators that see if you aspire to become a proactive leader? What would you advise them to do? Do this and do this and do this. What are your advice, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's also very heartwarming listening to teachers talk about leadership, because we've always mentioned the role of teachers in building leaders, but not the fact that teachers themselves are also leaders in their own spaces. Most of the time, it's only when they become principals or the likes that we then say they should start leading. But from the definition of leadership as influencing, teachers greatly influence people. A lot of young people today are making certain decisions because of the influence that they've gotten from their teachers over time. Now, for teachers to be proactive in taking leadership positions is to see teaching as not the end, but as a means to an end. If teachers or educators see imparting knowledge as the end goal, then they are missing it. Now, imparting knowledge is a means to an end. The end is to transform the lives of their trainees, of their students, of their pupils, to enable them lead meaningful and economically viable lives. Now, for you to then move them from young people who have no idea what the world is about, who have no, who have no clue what they should do with their lives, to people who are then reasonably members of the society, who are then making their money, teaching them plays a huge role. Now, if you see it as that, you then understand that didactic teaching in the classroom is just one of it. But if you see it as teaching alone, then you clearly want to reduce or be myopic in your duties as soon as I impart knowledge and give you an assignment and the like I've taught you. No. The role of teaching is to raise a generation of leaders. And leaders is not people who get 90 over 100 in their assessments. Leaders is not necessarily people who come first in the national quiz competition. They are people who have the potential, who are ready to take people from where they are to where they want to be. So proactively in doing that is first, like I said, see teaching as a means to an end. And if you do that, it means that you also see didactic and classroom teaching as one part of it. It means that teachers have to start interfacing with the community, interfacing with the labor market to ask, what do you need from my students? What problems are you solving? And how do I make my students, how do I make my pupils ready to help you? If teachers begin to do that, then the next thing they will do is to go and tear all their lesson notes and start all over again, because you don't understand that what you are carrying is raising people for yesterday and not for today or for tomorrow. But the only way you will do that is by interfacing with the community. And that is why, even for example, you can't be selling peak milk in Nigeria and not interface with your retailers or even have sessions with your consumers. If you don't do that, you will keep producing milk that people are not buying. Now, it was when peak milk understood, for example, that people did not have enough buying power to buy peak milk tin. What did they do? They started creating sachet. Now, if the only time they did that is the only way they did that was because they're able to interface with the community, they're able to interface with their consumers. The question is, teachers cannot be proactive without interfacing. How many times do teachers have sessions with CEOs of organizations? How many times do they have sessions with, for example, employers of labor? Even at that, teachers are supposed to be interfacing with the Ministry of Youth. Teachers should be interfacing with the head of Nigerian Correctional Service to say, see, we have a lot of young people who are causing mayhem in society. How do we ensure that the students in the classroom are not just brilliant in physics and chemistry and mathematics, but are also less prone to crime? The only way you can do that is by interfacing with the community, saying, what do you need? So all of that is completely different from teaching me X is equal to Y. It's also ensuring that we invest in generation of young people who are able to take our society forward. But reducing that to teaching in a classroom, reducing that to making lesson notes, reducing that to caning students is not educating. It's just a part of education and teaching. But transforming lives via what you do in the classroom is the way to go. So to be proactive is to constantly interface. And when you interface, you question your assumptions, you question your notes, and you prepare people for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hakeem. This facts that you have presented to us further emphasizes on what Dr. Toyin said on finding your why, having a why. Thank you so much, sir. You also mentioned that as teachers, you do not have to wait until you build a brand, until you build your leadership skill. You need to realize that you are a leader even in the classroom. So I would like to ask you a question regarding that. You have already known that you are a leader while you were in the classroom. One would even doubt that you were once in the classroom. So can you inspire us with your story of the successful partnership between your organization and EdTech startup, so that we can know how we can follow your footstep in improving educational outcomes. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Hakeem.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. We also now, one of the things that government is trying to understand is that the government does not have competencies in everything. Now we then have to decide where we have competencies, and then where we do not have, we are open to outsourcing and open to partnering. And that is one thing we've done with trainings. The government is not, we are not, as I said, we are not building an LSTF training institute or LSTF training center. No, what we do is to partner with people who already have the expertise in doing this and supporting them. We then go out, partner with UN organizations, partner with the World Bank to get us to improve or to widen our fund basket, and then partner with certain edtech platforms who not only align in terms of what we are trying to achieve, but who also meet the basic criteria to work with government. Because the question is, the fact that you know how to teach people via an edtech platform, you have all the tools. If you do not have your adequate registrations, if you don't have your adequate your LASHA IDs, your LIRS IDs, and the like, you cannot work with government. Not because we don't want to work with you, but because we have certain guidelines to follow. You cannot be a vendor of government if you don't have your what you call it public procurement registrations, because that is that's the basic. And for vendors, for edtech platforms who have done that, yes. For example, we worked on an edtech platform this year who, and the beautiful story is that the platform, the founders of that edtech platform Innkeepers started out as one of our beneficiaries, and from being our beneficiaries, they became a partner, and through them we're able to train close to 200 people in tech skills. Apart from that, we also partner with another edtech platform who says, see, we want to go into the edtech talent space, but at the intermediate level. How do we get the people? How do we get this done? Partner with them, and as at last week Friday, we had a total of 934 people who are going to be trained in various mid-level tech skills. And for us, that number is going to 4,000 by this time next year. So we understand that the edtech platforms have gained that core competencies. They've built that expertise. What we can do is to be that enabler for them, or be that source of funding or source of facilitation for them. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so kindly, Dr. Hakeem. Dr. Toyi, we're ready for you. Are you ready?
Yes.
If you're ready, then ready. Don't mind me, I'm an early years teacher. Okay, ma'am. So from your unique perspective, how do you envision the future of education, considering the increasing role of technology, cultural relevance, and localized approaches in shaping learning experiences? So how do you envisage the future of education, especially in Nigeria?
So I don't know why you asked me this question, but then I think probably because somehow I've been positioned to always see ahead, right? And then I would like to read a quote from I think Sir Ken Robinson. You know, I read it sometimes, I think last week, and I was literally blown away. Sincerely, this book has been a very insightful experience for me. I think I started reading it sometimes last week, and I couldn't just get over it. And is to simply capture what the future of education should be like. So I guess this question is actually very, very relevant for such a time as this. So it's still in the book, The Leader in Me, and I think I'm so privileged to have just brought it along with me. Though I was reading in the car on my way here, and there was something that Robson said that was very instructive. If you don't follow him on Twitter and on other social media handles, I want to encourage you to do so. So let me just quickly read it. It says, the fact is that given the challenges we face, Education doesn't need to be reformed. It needs to be transformed. The key to this transformation is not to standardize education, but to personalize it, to build achievements on discovering the individual talents of each child, to put students in an environment where they want to learn, where they love to learn, and where they can naturally discover their true passions and potential. Hmm. So, like I said again, it was by Sir Ken Robson, and that I try to think through every single statement that he made in that in that short paragraph. Maybe I should read it again. Would you mind me reading it again? Because
No, I think
I want to
we can just continue.
okay,
Yes,
fantastic.
ma'am.
Because for every single word he said there is the fact that yes, we can't remove the fact that they are facing a lot of challenges, like Mr. Adieko has mentioned. But then we should be looking at not just education reformation, but educational transformation. And he said the key to do this is not through our standardized education, which we see already. So the future of education has more to do with personalizing education, building achievements, and ensuring that you know um, each child's potential, each child's talent, each child's gifting is being discovered. And then, of course, to put children in an environment where they want to learn, where they love to learn. And when we are talking about environment, please, I don't want us on the call to just be limited to the physical environment. Learning environment is all encompassing spiritual growth, psychosocial, mental, intellectual. We consider the emotional, we consider the social, we consider the holistic environment where a child will thrive, not just survive, but will thrive. And then where they are able to naturally discover their true potentials and their true passion. So one of the things that actually have been a distinguishing factor for me as a speaker, as a panelist, and anything that I do in education is because I have come to a place of discovery of my potential and of course passionate about everything that I do. So when I'm talking, there is a force, there is a power backing my words. I'm not just speaking out of the surface. I'm not just talking, but every single word is being intentionally articulated in such a way that it brings about the kind of future that we desire in the world of education. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, ma'am. Thank you for this mind-blowing session. And I must admit, you're well read. Yes. So we noticed you were referring to lots of books, not
Yes,
just books, but also experiences, exposure. It shows that you're a
exactly.
meticulous person and you're attentive to learn and grow. Thank you
Yeah.
for sharing this wealth of experience with us. Thank you. And this further buttress the fact that Mr. Adeko mentioned when he said you were talking about schools, the school system should not just be reformed, but also transformed. He mentioned as well that we should introduce soft skills that makes the children ready, the scholars rather, ready for the future. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. So we're moving on to you, sir, Mr. Olaiko. Are you ready, sir?
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So would like to find out, sir, from you that how can educators personalize these digital skills? Because most times they just use these digital skills without personalizing them. How can they personalize these digital skills to meet the direct and indirect needs of the learners in the classroom, sir?
Okay, thank you
Again,
once
I
again
repeat.
for the question.
Okay.
Yes, I get the question. I understand what you're trying to say. Okay, so we can't overemphasize the importance of differentiation in our classes, right? So we have different categories of students that will teach in the class. We have people that are auditory learners, you have visual learners, you have these categories of people in the class, and you've got guys that before you say a sentence, they understand what you're trying to say, and you have other students that you need to go over your instructions again and again before they can actually pick up what you're trying to say. So it's fall back to us as the educators. You know, there are different theories out there that we need to get ourselves familiar with. You know, teachers are using technology, right? But how efficient are we deploying the use of technology to help personalize the teaching and learning in our classes? How many of us are familiar with the 21st century learning design or the UNESCO competency framework, or even the SAMR model and all these kind of models? You know, when teachers are using technology, some of them still just stay at that lower level where you just substitute. You know, I don't no longer use Blackboard in our school, we now use whiteboard. But that's just substitution. You just go back again, write your stuff on the board. Instead of writing it on the blackboard, you're not writing on a whiteboard. But we need to go higher than doing all those. It is when we start doing something that will transform whatever we are actually doing in the class, with the goal of ensuring that we meet the needs of our students. Not that we are only just playing to the gallery by showing to the school management or the student that you have wealth of knowledge when it comes to the different technology. The future, it's that of education that I see that will continue to be diverse, that will continue to be dynamic, and we cannot just throw away the inclusive space too, where learners can actually assess, where they can create, and where they can also share knowledge and skills that are relevant, important, that are relevant to their own needs, interest, and aspiration. So what our job is about the most difficult in the world. You know, as educators, we're constantly under the microscope, from the parents, from the teachers, from our colleagues, from the boss, from the government, from everybody. So we also need to equip ourselves with enough skills and knowledge out there to be able to help us deliver our job. Many people are saying, yes, AI is here, we can leverage AI in the school, we can use AI to do all this and all that. Yes, I'm a strong advocate of AI, but at the same time, you need to understand how you use all these tools effectively in the class. Technology should not be seen as the cake itself, but the icing on the cake. The cake itself should still be your own professional competence in terms of your teaching pedagogy. Then when you now apply technology or AI on it, that is where you now bring the best out of it. Give the best tool out there to the teacher that is lazy, that is not well read. It will make such a teacher become even more lazy. But give a little bit of tech to teacher that are sound. It will make that person the better. Lastly, I just want to cite an example of what I'm trying to say when it comes up to the use of pedagogy. People are banning the use of AI in writing essays, in writing assignments and all that. But I would say, what about you? You know definitely that your students know about ChatGPT or Bing or Bard now. When you give them assignment, they tend to go there and write it. Go and use AI to write the assignment. When you come back to my class, I will now say, bring out all those assignments, critique the assignment right there in the class and make it better. You know, that way you are coming up with innovative and creative ways of ensuring that you marry the use of tech with the student developing their curiosity and their thinking skill. So we have a lot of work to do as educators, and we cannot just overemphasize what we are doing today: professional development, professional competency. And I hope maybe Dr. Hakim and Dr. Sam and all the people out there will be able to maybe you'll reach out to the government for us to actually come up with a strong and a national policy when it comes to professional development in Nigeria. Chile has that, Israel has that. I know of certain countries that there is a certain number of hours that educators must undergo when it comes to tech a year, when it comes to their own core competency, their subject area, and when it comes to pedagogy. In Nigeria, we need something like that too, so that we know where we're coming from, where we're going. So as you proceed as a teacher, there are different kinds of tailored skills that you need. When you're on level 14, you're on level 15. More of what Dr. Sam is doing, leadership skills, should now be your own focus. When you're a newbie, you're getting into teaching, you want to learn how to write your lesson note, your curriculum, get familiar with your curriculum. So at different stages, we need to come up with a good policy that will guide educators all the way. So thank you once again for having me.
Thank you so kindly, sir. I know you have a lot to say. All our panelists are so well ready and they can impart on us for the whole day. Thank you so much, sir. But one thing was so evident in all the things you were saying. You're quite a strategic teacher and an innovative one, because something stood out for me. You kept emphasizing on project-based learning, and you further practicalized it for us. You also mentioned inquiry-based learning. Well done, sir. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that I'm not the only educator in the house that has picked these methods and strategy among several others that our panelists have mentioned today. So we have a question from, thank you also to Miss Rama for bringing, for your suggestions and contribution on how we can document this session today. So we'll be taking a question from one of the participants. Due to time constraint, we may not be able to take all the questions, so we're taking just one. From Mr. Adewumi Adeogun. He asked, in what ways can teachers inspire innovation and adaptability among their teams when facing unexpected challenges and uncertainty? I repeat, in what ways can teachers inspire innovations and adaptability among their teams when facing unexpected challenges and uncertainties? We will commence with you, sir, Dr. Hakeem, and then move on to Dr. Toyin and Mr. Ade Eko. Thank you. We have just 1 minute to wrap up.
So
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes. In what ways can teachers inspire innovation and adaptability among their teams when facing unexpected challenges and uncertainties? That clearly is the definition of leadership. Now, no leader has all the answers. Even the leaders that we look up to are also facing these unexpected challenges. They also have, so it's almost like an entrepreneur. Everybody is talking about innovation. How do we go to market? Your headache is, how do I pay salaries at the end of the month? It's almost 25th. I have nothing in my account. How do I pay you guys? So it's the role of leadership. But my short answer to that is keep the eyes on the goal. If what drives you is still there, you will be able to navigate. If your aim and objective is to create an environment where students can come in, can get transformed, and can become valuable members of the society, all of those challenges will be short term. They will not weigh you down because you know where you're going to. But it is when you do not have a concrete goal that drives you that a lot of these short-term challenges can then weigh you down. So for teachers who are needing that, I think my short answer to it, not an easy one, is to keep the eyes on the goal. If that eyes on the goal, which is to transform the lives of Nigerians or Africans in your care, any short-term uncertainty or challenge will not bring you down. Thank you.
Wow. Keep your eyes on the goal. Don't let your eyes off the ball. Thank you so kindly, sir, for that pointer. That's indeed a powerful one. We're moving on to you, ma'am, Dr. Toyin. Yes, please, yes, to make attempts on the question.
Picking up from where Dr. came at stopped, the first thing I'd like to say is, as a leader, you have to be proactive. It's important that you anticipate problems. Problems will surely come. In fact, I can't imagine a life without problem solving, because that's what makes the wealthy, right? The amount of problems you're able to solve determines the amount of wealth and resources that you're going to have at your disposal. So the first thing I'd like to say is, can you do a critical analysis of your risk, of the challenges before they do come? Now, I'm not saying that when you do that, everything will happen. There are still going to be emergencies. So that's where I want to borrow from what Dr. Hakeem has said, that even when the challenges come, be assured in yourself that you can solve the problem. But one thing that will make you assured is that you are consistently growing yourself as a leader. You are consistently filling up your problem-solving bank. You don't wait for when everything has turned into that. So, for example, nobody is putting me under pressure to read this book, right? But I read all year round, because I never can tell when I will need to draw out knowledge, when I will need to draw out wisdom, when I need to draw out capacity, when I need to draw out capability when it's needed. And that is why for every team that I've found myself, I have become someone that is indispensable, because I always, and by the grace of God, I agree to the grace of God, but at the same time, I am aware that I have to consistently drop something here every single day, right? So as a leader, how often and how much are you building your capacity for the raining days ahead? Right?
Wow.
That's a question you need to ask yourself. And then
Thank
finally,
you.
finally, how much are you building your team? Because a lot of us as leaders, we grow in isolation. And that is, we are doing a lot of injustice to ourselves. How much are you growing your staff when there are no problems? Do you have a system whereby you have been able to create the fact that whether you like it or not, as long as you're working on this team, you don't have a choice. Growth must be
Wow.
intentional because
Thank
growth
you
is not
so kindly,
automatic.
ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so kindly, ma'am. What stood out for me, do not grow in isolation. Grow your team as well. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We're moving on to our third panelist to make attempt on this question, on the question that the first and second speaker had made attempt on.
So I think they've done justice to the question. So I would just say one sentence. I would just say, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with other people. So that is like supporting what Dr. Hakeem and Dr. Sam has said when it comes to building your team, ensuring that the skills and the knowledge you have as teachers, you share with other people too. So that when you're moving, other people as well are moving. And when you're getting tired, you have people say, now you started this fight, so we'll support you. We all need to continue to move. So that is one thing that we need to continually do, because I see educators, I think that is changing. Oftentimes we tend to keep to ourselves some of those things that we know. We keep to our chest and say, I don't want to share with people. Not minding whether that thing you're keeping to yourself is even outdated. Nobody's talking about it again. But you are still guarding it jealously with fence and gates and even security dogs around. So whatever you have, share with other people so that you can also learn from them. No man can survive in isolation. So if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with other people.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. This was indeed the most engaging, impactful, insightful panel session that I've ever anchored. By the way, I'm a professional MC, I'm a professional compere, and I've had lots of experiences anchoring events, but I must say this is the most impactful, insightful, and engaging. Thank you so much, Dr. Hakeem. Thank you so much, Dr. Tony. Thank you so much, Mr. Ade Ekon. Thank you so kindly for coming to share your wealth of experience with us. We are indeed indebted, and we're so fulfilled, and we've been amped with so much knowledge to continue the school session tomorrow. Thank you so much. And I'm very sure that with the knowledge we've gained today, we're going to redefine and reimagine the education system of not just Nigeria, but the global space as well. Thank you so much. And we are moving on to the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. And please still stick on with us on the conference, on the group. Right? Thank you so much. We appreciate you. So we're moving on to the next session. Hi, guys. Someone asked question to Dr. Hakeem. Someone asked a question earlier. So we're so sorry that we can't take on that question due to time constraints. And that is why we encourage you, we urge you to kindly take a screenshot of your participation, take a screenshot, and then you put the hashtag the BSBC 2023. Make sure you hashtag BSBC 2023. You can also hashtag the BSB conference, and also make sure you hashtag Educators Connect with TMC. Right? So the essence of this is for you to network, is for you to build connections with these facilitators, build connection with participants. You never can tell. We're talking about collaboration. We're talking about coming together, building a community. And where else would you rather build a community other than building the Sustainable Brand Conference? So thank you so much. So we're moving on to the next session. And I am so delighted to welcome my co-compare, Mr. Emmanuel, to the virtual stage. So while we're doing that, while we're waiting for Mr. Emmanuel, I would like us to attempt these interesting questions. Mr. Emmanuel, are you aware that you're seated on the hot seat?
Now that you've said so, I'm aware.
Okay, okay. So I have two interesting questions for you, and I would love the participants as well to respond to these questions, how it relates to them individually on the comment session. Yes. So, Mr. Emmanuel,
Okay.
my first
Yes,
question
please.
is, as an educator, what is the biggest challenge you have ever faced as an educator?
Huh. The biggest challenge I have ever faced, the biggest challenge. Okay, if I get you correctly, you asked about the biggest challenge I've ever faced, and that has to
As an
be
educator.
as an educator, yeah, that has to be acclimatizing to a different workspace, a different work area, a different work environment, where I thought that, okay, I was up and coming, and then I just go to a new environment and it's like, oh, okay, I have to start learning all over again. Okay, it was a challenge because I had a lot of things to deal with. I had to deal with new set of people with new perspectives. I had to deal with new routines of work. I had to deal with modus operandi of the organization itself. So it took me, if I remember correctly, it took me about a year and a half, for me to acclimatize, because it was a higher level environment. And thank God I am here today. I'm much better. I'm even like a body to other new people who come around.
Fantastic. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you, Miss Eno, for using the hashtag. I encourage us all to do that. Keep using the hashtag. Let's network. I want to also get to meet you as well. I need to connect with you. I need to network with you. Mr. Emmanuel wants to do that. All the facilitators want to do that as well. So please keep dropping the hashtag. I want to see them. I want to see them. I want to see them. Thank you so much. Mr. Emmanuel, the second question. And we want you to attempt the questions as well. We want to know you better. Yes. Mr. Emmanuel,
Thank you.
what is the
Yes,
most
please.
embarrassing? It is said that every job, every career, every sector has its own, what we call the job hazard. So what's the most embarrassing moment for you as an educator in these years of experience?
Ah, okay, I'm going to share this one. That has to be in that has to be in that has to be in 2015. That has to be in 2015, October 2015. It was from here I developed a particular principle that I will share after I've shared this experience. And so I woke up on Monday morning. Oh no, it was Saturday night, and I discovered that I was having a fever. Only for me to wake up on Monday morning to see red spots all over my body. Guess what? Long story cut short, I had to excuse myself from school and I had to get to the hospital, only for me to be told that I had chicken pox. Now, having the chicken pox is not a big issue. The bigger issue was the fact that I had children's books with me. So I had taken them home over the weekend, to go through them, mark them, give feedback, and return it to school the next day. As it was, I found out that I could not go back to school because even my boss told me, no, 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 Mr. Emmanuel, you know what? Don't worry about it. Take all the time you need. Please don't come anywhere near our gates. We will handle everything. We'll find someone who is going to stay in your place. And I had the challenge of how to return the books. Fortunately for me, I had a friend in another branch who was able to collect it for me and, hand it back to school. So that was where I developed my own personal principle of, no matter what I do, I have to ensure that tasks are done on in that day. That day, that particular day, finish every single task you can, finish every task you have, and leave the rest. You continue the next day. Just make sure that you keep being high performance. So that was my most
Wow.
embarrassing moment.
Wow. That is another session. Anyway, that's another panel session. Yes. So whatever you have to do that day, finish it up. Do not procrastinate. Yes. Do not procrastinate. Make sure that you have everything
Don't
wrapped up
procrastinate.
before
Do
going
not.
home. Yes. Do not procrastinate. Yes. Set your goals and achieve your goals for each day. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Emmanuel. And I had an amazing time with the panelists. I had an amazing time with you, my co-compare. I am still around. I'm still coming back. But while I'm away, Mr. Emmanuel would take you on the journey. And please don't forget to use the hashtag. It's right there on the screen. Kindly use the hashtag. And also, concerning your certificate, you will be getting your certificate, but you have to do something about it. And that is, you have to follow this hashtag. Very, very important. And we will give you further information. We want you to stick around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chinenye, my co-compare. It was such a pleasure listening to you be the compare anchor the session, and I must say it was really a pleasure. Thank you and well done. I do hope you have a table water, a glass of water with you to cool off, and I hope it is quite chilled so that you can have the time to to cool off after such an elongated session. Thank you so much. So I got a few things, and I'd like to throw this question to every one of you before I call the next speaker. I'd like to throw this question to all of you. Okay, why do we have to go through the same rigors we do in education? Why do we have to keep employing the same techniques to different challenges looming in this present century? For example, in my class, I just thought, why write a poem when everybody can come together with unique ideas, unique phrases, sentences, where and instead of allowing them to share their individual poems, why can't we as a class write a poem? So if we're going to write maybe an acrostic or we're going to write a different kind of poem, why can't we share a document on Google Docs? Share it to every child, because in my child I know it is unique because I have the opportunity where the children have to bring their laptops to school, but it is a solution. All right, why can't children develop the art of contributing, of group tasks, collaboration, encourage everyone? Yeah, why do we have to grade individual tasks? Why do we have to go through that? If you're going to be learning about advertising, or if you're going to be learning about print advertising, okay, in class, why do we have to draw with pencils? If children have access to technology, why can't they use softwares like Canva to decorate certain things, to even write their poems, to even create a lot of things? These are questions that we need to answer. All right, and I hope we also are sharing our screenshots of our favorite moments in this BSB conference. You can just use the hashtags BSB23, the BSB conference, Educators Connect with TCM. Use these hashtags, share it to everyone. Let everyone know let them know what they are missing. Let them know what you are enjoying and what they are missing. All right. So moving on to the next segment is the dear teacher leader, and this is quite instructive because it's going to expose every one of us to what it means to be a dear teacher leader. And this particular session is going to be anchored by Mr. Gbenga Samuel. Mr. Gbenga Samuel is a leadership coach, speaker, and author with particular interest in helping emerging leaders hone their leadership skills and thus become more effective leaders. As a certified John Maxwell trainer and leadership coach, he organizes a number of John Maxwell leadership certification courses for corporate organizations, including developing the leader within you, 15 laws of growth, and intentional living. Participants often describe the sessions with him as practical and interesting. He also serves as the country coordinator for the John Maxwell Leadership Foundation, that is EQUIP, in Nigeria, overseeing the Beyond Success program. In line with his passion for teaching and mentoring teenagers, Gbenga Samuel is the founder of Teens Impact, a teenage based organization with the vision of equipping teenagers to fulfill their potential. He has over 15 years' experience in youth work and has served in various capacities, including being the pioneer of Students' World Outreach and a minister at the Redeemed Christian Church of God Youth Church at Lagos Province 7. He also served as the chapter president of Young Disciples International, YDI, while at Obafemi Awolowo University, and worked as a youth missionary in the organization between 2010 and 2012. He has authored several books for young people in addition to devotionals. He continues engaging teenagers through various engaging and impactful programs like Boy Code, Girl Code, Leading from the Lockers, I Choose Leadership Values Program, Alpha, etc. As a John Maxwell coach, he teaches leadership in schools using the John Maxwell I Choose curriculum. Benga is also an active member of the TED community. He propagates TED's mission of spreading ideas worth sharing through various TED events he organizes. He is also a teen mentor at the Elevation Church. He is also a TED Ed Club facilitator and TEDx event licensee. He is the lead organizer of TEDx Youth at Meadowhall, Lekki. He is an alumnus of Obafemi Awolowo University and the prestigious Lagos Business School, LBS. He is also a certified associate of project management, that is CAPM, and a member of Project Management International, PMI. He is a member of the senior executive team at Meadowhall Group, an educational group with 5 subsidiary companies, including the renowned Meadowhall School in Lekki and Ikoyi, Lagos. He also serves as a senior project manager at Meadowhall, overseeing the organization's project management office and expansion plans. Benga is married to Oluwakemi Samuel, and they are blessed with 2 amazing boys. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 18th time in this amazing conference, can we give a virtual round of applause as we bring on Mr. Benga Samuel off stage?
Yeah, thank you so much, Emmanuel. Good to see you, and super glad to be here.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. Sharing the stage and sharing my thoughts with the very fantastic educators on the call today. I can see that we have been having such an amazing and insightful time of learning, and I'm super glad to join and share my thoughts with you in today's session titled Dear Teacher Leader. Dear Teacher Leader. Interestingly, one thing, and thank you for my profile there, but one thing people never describe me as is a teacher. Whereas I think, thinking deeply about it, what I am really is that I'm a teacher. I also have a degree in education. My first degree is in education, second degree in education, but somehow I've never just been situated within the classroom, but I do a lot of teaching out of the classroom, and I'm very happy to be in the community of teachers today, just sharing my thoughts on leadership. And our conversation today would be focused on how teachers really need to realize the important role that you play when it comes to leadership, and how you can actually make the best of that role in inspiring the children or the learners that you have in your classroom. First, I want to say a big thank you to the organizers of the conference, the convener, Mrs. Ajishe, for the invitation. And I do think that we need many other conferences like this to keep discussing, keep the conversation on education going on, and to keep equipping teachers, making sure that we all have the right tools that we need to truly inspire what we regard as the next generation of leaders in the classroom. Thank you. So just a bit about myself. I would say that I started my leadership journey from school. I happened to be part of a school owned by the Anglican Church somewhere in Lagos, or here in Lagos. And I was part of the first set of students in that school. We're just about maybe 28 in the classroom and in the entire school. So we were seniors from our second year in school, and we're seniors all the way to when we left school. And so I was made a prefect in my second year in school. I was actually chapel prefect. And that for me was my first experience taking the lead and helping other students like myself, grooming other students like myself, and taking the lead when it came to chapel services in school. And I reference that experience because it was my first opportunity at leadership. And don't even try to look for me in this picture, and I'm not going to tell you where you can find me, but I'm somewhere in the mix. And my time in BMGS, which was my school, gave me my first opportunity to learn about serving, about helping others, about leading others. And even though I've moved on from that experience to many other things and many other portfolios, I think that having that very early start to serve and to lead gave me an opportunity to learn a lot of very important things about leadership, which I will speak to today. Today, I'm blessed to serve with the Maxwell Leadership Foundation. I serve as country coordinator for Nigeria. I also anchor the foundation's leadership program in Nigeria. It's called I Lead, uh, where we currently, in partnership with Lagos State, we are training school students across Lagos State schools on leadership through a leadership program called I Choose. In this picture, I'm in a particular school in Oshodi, and just after the session, we're taking a nice picture with the students. But it's a big delight for me because not only are we helping the students embrace the right values, we're now teaching leadership to 1,000 students in Lagos as a pilot. And we hope that by next year we can scale, and many other students across both private and public schools will be able to benefit from this free leadership program. Another way in which I teach is that I anchor TED clubs in schools. So, and I also am a licensee for two TEDx events in Lagos. So, in this way, also you can regard me as a teacher because I engage with students to prepare them to give their first TED talk. What's interesting is that once they have been able to deliver their talk, it's then available on TED's YouTube channel, which has over 35 million subscribers. So it's a big delight for the students to move from just an idea, worth sharing, to stepping on the stage to share that idea. And it's always a delight to see that transition for the students. So you can see that in many ways, I'm just like you. I'm a teacher. I engage young people both in schools, in churches, in communities. And it's always a delight to be able to sow a seed that truly makes a difference in the lives of these students. So we're going to dive into our conversation today on leadership, Dear Teacher Leader. And I do like the title. But before we start, I like to ask a very simple question. And here's my question to you. Don't worry, it's a simple question. Imagine you have to go to HR to negotiate a salary increase. Okay, which of these animals would you be taking along with you as a colleague or as a co-negotiator? If you could only pick one animal of these four animals, which one would you take along with you? You're going to HR. You need to negotiate a you need to negotiate a raise. Tell me which one you'll be taking, and if you can, tell me why. I see lion. All right, keep your answers coming. Which of these four animals would you be taking with you? Okay, Emerald says parrot. Are you sure the parrot is not going to talk too much and forget to talk about the raise? All right, keep your answers coming. Which of these four animals would you be taking with you? Mercy says she will go with the ant. Don't you think the ant may be too slow? The ant may not arrive at the HR's office in time. Okay, Alajide also says the ants. Wow, I have a lot of people saying the ants. Okay, I can see Mr. Question's response. They do more than the size of the weight. Good, good, good. So tell me why. Don't just tell me the animal, but also tell me why you're picking. I can see lion. Why are you taking the lion? I hope you don't want to devote the HR. Why are you going with the lion? The lion is bold. I like that. The lion is bold. The lion will be able to have that conversation. Uh, Someone says the dog because he's domesticated. Oh, I missed that. Okay, someone says the parrot will miss Yan. I agree with you. The parrot will start talking about something else. Okay, the dog can be controlled. Okay, you can have that pre-conversation with the dog and say, this is what we're going to say. Don't go beyond this boundary. I like that. All right, 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds. Parrots will talk about it. Oh. Parrots will say it as it is. We need a raise. The ant is patient but works at it. I like that. Thank you, Oluwatosin. Thank you so much. Okay, I just look out for two more comments and I'm going to move on. The ant has been biblically proven to be wise. Thank you, Cynthia. The ant would know how to have that conversation. Catherine says the dog because of his loyalty. All right, but do we need loyalty here? We need someone that can have the conversation. Finally, James says the lion because of the HR will be afraid. All right, thank you so much for sharing. Just make sure that someone says and because of the power of collaboration and its ability to do so much. Fantastic. Thank you for your feedback. So interesting to know. I think I would go with the ant also. Yes, the ant is so wise. The ants would know how to have that conversation. And eventually, when the increase comes, I can also talk to the ant because the ant also is so wise that he knows how to save. Yes, so the ant will be able to also guide me when I get that increase. Thank you for sharing. Very interesting there. Just to get your thoughts on that. So let's dive into our conversation today. We're talking about leadership, and I want to say first that everyone benefits when the leader grows. Everyone benefits when the leader grows. In your position as a teacher or as an educator in the school, you must realize that if you pay attention to growing as a leader, everyone around you would benefit. And this includes the learners in the classroom, this includes your school, this includes your colleagues, and this, of course, includes yourself and your family. Everyone will benefit from it when you hone your leadership skills, you develop yourself, and you move from just being a teacher to becoming a teacher leader. Everyone will benefit from it. And guess what? Will be the first person to benefit from it. And why is this important? It's important because we live in a very dynamic and changing context, not just within the education sector, but across the world. Never before have we had such a big need for educators to prepare young people in such an unpredictable and challenging global context. So what we need today are not just teachers in the classroom, we do need leaders. We need leaders in the classroom. We need leaders in the classroom because we exist in a time that is so volatile, is so unpredictable, and we need leaders that can step up to navigate the change that we are experiencing in our world. We need leaders. And once you're able to step up as a leader in the classroom, you're going to make a big difference in the community and a big difference to the learners that you engage with on a daily basis. So that is a core of what we're going to be talking about today. The fact that we do need educators, but we don't just need educators. We need people that are willing to step up to take the lead. And I want to say that who has the greatest influence in the classroom? It's the teacher. The teacher has such a great influence in the classroom. You have such a great influence. And if you've never thought about it or if you've forgotten about it, I just want to remind you that you have such a great influence on the learners that you have in your classroom. Many times my son comes back home and he tells me, my teacher said, And I'm like, but I'm your father. Thank God I'm educated, because sometimes we're arguing over homework and he's telling me, my teacher says this is how it should be done. And if I wasn't educated, I would have no idea about what he's talking about. But I'm also giving him another way in which he can solve the numeracy problem. But he tells me, this is what my teacher said. So you have such a great influence on the learners in your classroom. And you do have to realize that John Maxwell says that leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And so you are already leaders. You are already leaders in the classroom, and you have great influence over the students that reside or that come to the classroom. So what we're going to focus on today is how we can truly use that influence in a positive way to drive change, to help harness the potentials, because what you have in your classroom is not just a group of students sitting down. What you have is a nest of potentials that you do need to help harness. You need to help motivate, coach, groom, so that truly those students and learners can reach their highest potential. So remember, you have great influence. You have great influence. The students listen to you. They believe what you say. They look at what the things you do, and sometimes they model their lives after you. And so you must learn how to use that influence in a way that would truly help them achieve their potential, in a way that would help them grow, in a way that would help them move from where they are to where they need to be. And I want to say that teachers today must have that growth mindset. For you to become a true teacher leader, you must have a growth mindset, because the law of the lead says that you really cannot take others higher than where you are yourself. So if you're a level 5 leader, for example, you can't take the learners in your classroom above where you have been yourself. So you must have a growth mindset. You must be willing to stretch. You must be willing to grow. What we want to see today is that the teachers in the classroom are people that are willing to stretch, they are willing to grow, they are learners, they are improving themselves. And in that way, you can be a true force of positive influence to the learners in your classroom. So let's talk about growth. Let's talk about stretching. Let's talk about improving yourself. Let's talk about the things you need to do and why you need to grow so that you can truly become a teacher leader. Because it takes a growing teacher, to inspire growth in the learners. It takes a growing teacher to inspire. If you're growing, that way you're going to inspire growth in the students that you're teaching. But you see, growth is not natural. It's not just going to happen. The growth we're talking about here is not natural growth. We're not talking about the fact that you're older now, so you're growing in your age, or you're growing taller, or you're growing naturally. No, we're talking about growth that would require some effort. The growth we're referring to in today's session would require some form of intentionality. It's not just going to happen because you want it to happen. It's going to happen because you're putting effort into making it happen. And so you must experience this transition from accidental growth to intentional growth. A transition from just hoping that you grow to making the effort to grow. And what's the difference? What's the difference between accidental growth and becoming very intentional about your growth? I'll show you a slide now that speaks to the two the differences between just hoping to grow and taking a step to grow. But first, these are some of the big questions you have to start asking yourself now as a teacher. First, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go in life? Where do you want to go in life? I trust that I'm speaking to a group of teachers that are not just satisfied with the status quo, with where they are now, but are challenging themselves to keep growing, to keep improving, and to keep changing. What direction do you want to go? What direction do you want to go? As you think of yourself as a teacher in today's education economy, where do you really want to go? What's the big picture for you? What's the farthest you can imagine going? If you have reached the peak of your career as a teacher, as an educator, what does it look like? What's the farthest you can imagine going? Are you thinking, are you seeing yourself maybe owning a school? Are you seeing yourself as a trainer? Do you see yourself as a mentor to other educators? What's the farthest you want to go? Because you mustn't be stuck in the routine of teaching. You prepare lesson notes, you teach the lessons, you mark the scripts, you prepare for assessment, and you go over, and the term is over, and you start all over again. All of those things are great in terms of your operations and to be excellent at what you do. But beyond that, my question to you in today's session is, what's next for you? What's the farthest you can see yourself going? And how long do you think it will take to get there? And then what are the baby steps you need to take to move yourself there? So these are questions you need to start asking yourself as you think about growing, as you think about improving, as you think about taking your place as a teacher leader. Let's talk about the difference between accidental growth and intentional growth. What's the big difference? How do you know that you're moving away from just hoping to grow and seeing yourself in a place where you're truly experiencing growth? You're improving yourself, you're growing, you're experiencing change, and you're challenging yourself to move on. Some of the benefits you start to experience is that you'd unlock and achieve your potential. I do believe that every teacher listening to me this afternoon, you have a great potential. It takes a lot to sit with how many kids? Maybe 20, maybe 21, maybe 25 students in the classroom and be the teacher leader there. It takes a lot of potential. So you do have a great potential. But as you begin to push yourself to grow, you would have an opportunity to start unlocking all of that potential. As a teacher, you're gifted as a speaker, you're gifted as a trainer, you're gifted you're a writer, you're a coach, you're a counselor. There's so much you can do, and you must never limit yourself to just seeing yourself as, oh, poor me, I'm just a teacher. I like to remind you that you are not just a teacher. Can you take away that word "just" from your sentence, from your vocabulary? You're not just a teacher. You are a leader. You are a true model. You're a coach building lives. So you're not just a teacher. And as you begin to grow, you'll start to unlock your true potential. You'll experience the true joy of growing. The true joy of experiencing growth, of seeing yourself move from one level to another. You would also start to grow more in humility and self-awareness when you realize your true potential, what you can truly do, and how you can truly add value to the learners in your classroom. You'd also become more, you'll be able to do more, and you become an example for others to follow. Great benefits there. Great benefits for us to truly challenge ourselves to grow. While we still stay on that slide, I want you to tell me which of those, I think, 5 benefits, which of these benefits is going to spur you the most to grow? Which one resonates with you the most, and which one is going to challenge you the most to grow, to step up, to grow as a teacher leader? I want you to post it in the chat box. I'm going to watch out for your responses. There are 5 of them. You can just tell me number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Which of these benefits is truly going to challenge you to take a step to grow? Remember, you can just post the number. You can just tell me it's number 1 or number 2. Thank you. I can see number 4. Number 4 says you will become more so you can do more. Thank you. Andrew says number 1, where you can unlock and achieve your potential. Yes, keep your answers coming. Which of these 5 benefits is going to challenge you today to take that step of growing as a teacher leader? Mojisola says number 4, you become more so you can do more. You become more so you can do more. Akintoye says number 5, you become an example for others to follow. Thank you so much for sharing me. Let's move on quickly. Thank you, Fichuku. Number 2, you experience that joy of growing. Let's move on. Thinking about growth let's talk about the fact that you, apart from the benefits that you stand to experience when you grow, another thing to know about growth is that you need to be in the right environment to experience growth. If you're going to grow, you need to be in the right environment. And what's the growth environment that you need? Number one, you need that kind of environment where others are ahead of you. Others are ahead of you as a light, others are ahead of you to encourage you. You can see what it looks like to grow. You can see you're challenged by what others are doing, so you can motivate yourself to grow. You're challenged by what you're doing. You're inspired by the results they are getting, and that's challenging you to grow. Others encourage you. You're out of your comfort zone. Failure is not your enemy, and others are growing. And so as you think about where you are currently, and this may relate to your physical space as a teacher, where you currently work, this also relates to your network. Where are you right now? Are you in a growth environment? Are you in a growth environment? Are you pitching yourself where you can be challenged to grow? You're inspired by what other people are doing, and so that's challenging you to grow. Other people are also encouraging you to grow. You're out of your comfort zone. Teachers, you mustn't remain in your comfort zone where you don't want to challenge yourself to do something new. You're not challenging yourself to grow. You're not challenging yourself to have a new experience, try something new, and stretch yourself. My main message to us as teacher leaders today is we must be willing to stretch ourselves. And this really is the difference between accidental growth and intentional growth. Accidental growth, you're planning to start tomorrow. You're not taking a step today. You keep saying, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll write the book tomorrow. I'll take that professional development course tomorrow. I will join that network of teachers tomorrow, but you're not taking a step. If you're going to move to intentional growth, you need to insist on starting now. Insist on starting now. Accidental growth, you're waiting for growth to come. You're waiting for your organization to help you to grow, to give you opportunities to grow. But intentional growth, you're taking responsibility for your own growth. And you can just take a screenshot. I'm not going to read all of this. You can take a screenshot. But I think the one that hits me the most, the one I love the most, is the last one that says, you stop learning after graduation, but when you're intentional about your growth, you never stop learning. You never stop learning. You keep learning. You keep growing. You keep challenging yourself to becoming better. Because guess what? Growth is not a single event. You can't finish today's seminar and say, wow, I've grown and that's it. No, growth is not a single event. You need to keep growing. You need to keep growing. You're not going to get to a point where you don't need to grow anymore. If you're going to become a true inspiration to the learners in your classroom, then you need to keep growing, because life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. When you step out of your comfort zone to move to your growth environment, that's where you truly begin to live. That's when you truly begin to work out your potentials and to live. In the last 5 minutes of my discussion today, I want to talk about the law of the rubber band. The law of the rubber band. And it's a very simple law. It says that growth stops when you lose the tension between where you are and where you could be. I'll say that again. Growth stops when you lose the tension between where you are and where you could be. And just think about the rubber band. I'm sure that many of us played with the rubber band when we were growing up. We pull it apart and then it snaps back. Do you remember doing that? You pull the rubber band, and that really is the tension. On one side, you have where you are right now, and on the other side, you have where you could be. And what makes the rubber band truly valuable is that you can stretch it. And so what's going to take you from where you are as a teacher leader to where you could be is your willingness to stretch. And my question to you this afternoon, teacher leaders, is, are you willing to stretch? Are you willing to stretch? Or are you just comfortable with who you are and where you are? You see, God's gift to us is our potential. It's our abilities, the gifts he has given us. But our gift back to God is developing it. That's what would make God happy, that we start to develop it. And if you're in the same place for very long, and again, this may relate to a physical location, but this may more importantly relate to where you are in your career. I want to challenge you today that it's time to stretch. In fact, I want you to post it in the chat box and say, I'm ready to stretch. I'm ready to stretch. It's time to stretch. It's time to stretch, because your true value would be from stretching and moving beyond where you are right now, but challenging yourself to take that step of growth. And a question for you to reflect on after today's conference is, in what areas do I need to start stretching? In what areas do I need to grow? In what areas do I need to stretch? Because it's easy to be average. It's easy to just remain where you are. You don't need a lot of effort to just be average and stay where you are. But indeed, it's going to take a lot of effort for you to stretch and move on to where you want to be. John Maxwell says that you're exactly where you should be, given all you have done to get there. That sounds quite harsh, but think about it. It says you're exactly where you should be, given all you have put in or all you have done to get there. If you want to move further than that, then you must be willing to stretch. You must be willing to challenge yourself. And what's the benefit? What do you stand to gain when you stretch? I mean, stretching always requires change, but it's never too late to be what you might have been. It's never too late. What do you stand to gain when you stretch? Stretching will set you apart from others. It will set you apart from other teachers. There will always be a difference between that teacher that stretches and the other teacher that refuses to grow, that refuses to stretch. I saw Mr. Delco on the call earlier, an example of a teacher that is always stretching. I saw Mr. Emmanuel. I mean, we can talk about the convener of the conference. When a teacher is stretching, you would always see the difference. And stretching can become your lifestyle. It can become a lifestyle. I love this quote. It says that if you won't be better tomorrow than today, then what do you need tomorrow for? If you would not be better tomorrow than you are today, then what would you need? Then what exactly do you need tomorrow for? You only need tomorrow if you're willing to stretch, to give yourself a shot at significance, if you're willing to become intentional, and if you're willing to become better. You need to make your greatest fear the ability for you to achieve mediocrity. Make that your fear. I don't just want to be average. I don't want to be average. I don't want to be mediocre. I want to achieve excellence. I want to truly fulfill my potential. And while we're having this conversation about growth, we're having this conversation because once you start growing, remember I started off by saying that you are the greatest influence on the students that sit in your classroom. And when you start growing, you would be able to truly influence them in a positive way. I'd like to end by reading a letter that Abraham Lincoln wrote to his son's teacher many years ago. It says, "My son starts school today. It's all going to be strange and new to him for a while, and I wish you could treat him gently. It is an adventure that might take him across continents, all adventures that probably include wars, tragedy, and sorrow. To live this life will require faith, love, and courage. So, dear teacher, will you please take him by his hand and teach him things he would have to know? Teaching him, but gently if you can. Teach him that for every enemy there is a friend. He will have to know that all men are not just, that all men are not true, but teach him also that for every scoundrel there is a hero, that for every crooked politician there is a dedicated leader. Teach him, if you can, that 10 cents earned is of far more value than $1 found. In school, teacher, it is far more honorable to fail than to cheat. Teach him to learn how to gracefully lose and enjoy winning when he does win. Teach him to be gentle with people, tough with tough people. Steer him away from envy if you can, and teach him the secret of quiet laughter. Teach him, if you can, how to laugh when he's sad. Teach him there is no shame in tears. Teach him there can be glory in failure and despair in success. Teach him, if you can, the wonders of books, but also give him time to ponder the extreme mystery of birds in the sky, bees in the sun, and flowers on a green hill. Teach him to have faith in his own ideas, even if everyone tells him they are wrong. Try to give my son the strength not to follow the crowd when everyone else is doing it. Teach him to listen to everyone, but teach him also to filter all that he hears on the screen of truth and take only the good that comes true. Teach him to sell his talents and brains to the highest bidder, but never to put a price tag on his heart and soul. Let him have the courage to be impatient. Let him have the patience to be brave. Teach him to have sublime faith in himself, because then he would always have sublime faith in mankind and in God. This is the order, teacher, but see what best you can do. He's such a nice little boy, and he's my son. He's my son. Dear teacher leaders, be ready to stretch, be ready to grow, and be ready to teach. And for teach, I'm using the acronym, be ready to transform for your T, be ready to educate, be ready to add value to the learners in your classroom, be ready to coach for C, and be ready to harness their potentials. I'll say that again in closing. Be ready to teach, be ready to transform. Don't just teach them curriculum. Transform by passing on values that will make those learners better. Be ready to educate, be ready to add value, be ready to coach, and be ready to harness their potentials. I truly believe that if we stretch ourselves in this way, we would become great teacher leaders that would have a great influence on the learners in a classroom. I want to say thank you for having me share this time with you. I do hope that you can take at least one thing from what I've said and both act on it and also pass it on to other educators. Thank you once again, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benga Samuel. It's so good to hear you share these insightful thoughts with us once more. It just ran deep. And one thing that ran deep from what you said, especially, is the end, starting from your closing remarks that has to do with not just focusing on teaching and learning, not just focusing on teaching literacy or numeracy. And it brings me to something I learned about something called the hidden curriculum. What are you trying to, what values are you trying to pass across to your learners in your space? It's not just about the how well you can teach science. It is important that you teach it well, but what else are you passing across? What values are you giving out? Are you giving off in the process of carrying out your duty as an educator? And one thing that also stood out for me was that growth stops when you lose the tension between where you are and where you could be. You know, and in your explanation of the concept of the rubber bands, it just brought smiles to my face because I remember in primary school when I was when I was in primary school when I used to play that game of rubber bands, they always used to collect my rubber bands. I was not good at that game. So when so when I when I play my rubber band this way, because they knew that I was short-sighted, they would always tell me, "Ah, come and play." And me, my jovial, joyful self, I had a lot of rubber bands, and guess what? In a day, I would lose all the rubber bands, that I had worn on my hand. So such wow, it was such an experience. But I'm glad that I am able to laugh about it today. Thank you so much, Mr. Gbenga Samuel. Such a pleasure to see you around. And I'd like to say that as we go on break, please, participants, don't run away. Please. There is much more from where this is coming from. I promise you. The last speaker, I can assure you he is going to blow your mind. I call him I call him the water ambassador. I call him the water ambassador. He likes to take water, which brings me to the advice I'd like to give you right now. If you're going to stay away, just don't move 10 meters away from your device. Just go take some water. It's good for the body. refresh yourself, use the opportunity to network. All right. And remember that the certificate, the link to registering for the certificate is going to close at midnight. You don't want to miss on that opportunity. So why don't you use this period? If you haven't registered, go use the link, register for it. And also there is going to be a feedback form. We would like to hear your feedback. We can't just run this program and believe that, hey, everything was good. We'd like to hear the good. We'd like to hear the progress that you'd like us to make in the future. All right. So use this opportunity to network. Remember, you just don't know if you're going to meet the next Minister of Education, in this virtual space. If you're not even so sure whether the next collaboration, how are you sure it's not going to come from here? Oh, guess what? Personal experience. How about I share with you that I found my wife on a virtual space, something like this. You see, something good can come out of it. So why don't you take the opportunity, go on, stretch your legs. Welcome back, Miss Chineye. It's so good to see you. So I was just advising that we all go on that we all go on, stretch our legs, take some water, network, share and share screenshots of our of this particular the hashtags, the BSB conference, and the teacher come millionaire, tag Sprouting Daisies handle as well.
Okay, Mr. Emmanuel, thank you so much. While we're on break, I want to test your nursery rhyme skill. Are you ready?
Let's do that. Let's go there.
Okay, so let's go. Wind your bobbin up, wind your bobbin up, push, pull, clap, clap, clap. Let's go. Roll it back again, roll it back again, push, pull, clap, clap, clap. Let's go.
Okay.
Point to
Push,
the
pull,
ceiling,
clap, clap, clap.
point to the floor, point to the window.
Okay, welcome. Welcome back, Ms. Chineye. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you also to our facilitator, Mr. Gbenga Samuel. Thank you for that mind-blowing session. Wow. We need to learn to train, to educate, to add value, to coach, and then to enhance, to harness potentials and skills. Thank you so kindly, sir, for that powerful one. That was indeed thrilling and engaging at the same time. And I am sure that we all got value for the time spent so far. So we're moving on to the second keynote speaker. Are you ready to receive this amazing speaker? Please leave an emoji, leave a message on the comment box. Leave a message, leave a message. We want to be sure you are ready. We want to be sure you're ready to take on all of these insights and knowledge. So our second speaker has passion for education, and it stems from his natural curiosity and insatiable appetite for learning. He has facilitated trainings for educators, parents, and students across 3 continents. Wow. Most of these seminars have been delivered in educational institutions such as Bridge House College, De Waterman, and Cambridge University, United Kingdom, as well as the organizations such as APEN, Association of Private Educators of Nigeria, ISEN, EduMac, and House on the Rock. He's a consultant for MaxSport. He's a published author, a playwright, and a filmmaker, a keen sports person. Who could have thought? He's been head for over 15 years in the following schools: Bridge House College, Oxbridge Tutorial College, Medal Hall. During this period, he served ISEN, Association of International School Educators of Nigeria, in several capacities. First, as the Chief Executive Officer, then as Vice Chair, and later as the coordinating principal of the Student Activities Group. This amazing speaker will be speaking on personal branding for innovation, a necessity for educators. This amazing, incredible, fantastic, engaging speaker is none other than the education learner himself, Mr. Ola Okpeson. Can you put your hands together for him virtually? Put your hands together. You can make it bigger and better. Let's give him a virtual applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Ola, for gracing us at the virtual stage. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, have you heard a word I've said? Have you heard anything that I've said so far? No one told me that. Okay, I'm muted. Sorry. I will start again. That was like 2 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon. It's great to be here. And it's wonderful to have this session with you. I was trying to say happy 63rd anniversary to us all. Nigeria growing, blessed, we hope. And as I said, I'm going to try and pitch this session at the operational level. Dr. John started us off, and he was looking at it more from a strategic point of view. talking about COVID and the effects and consequences since COVID. And likewise, throughout the day with Benga Samuel and the panel session, a lot of things were said that were strategic, were tactical. I'm going to try and bring it into the classroom and keep it nice and simple at a teacher level, classroom level, even if you're someone who is at home taking a few lessons with a few students. We'll try and keep it at that level and give you a few tips with regards to using what you have to be able to brand yourself and be able to have great impact, as people have been saying. So that's our personal branding. Let's go to the next slide, please. So in terms of your personal philosophy of education, do you know your own? I'll ask that rhetorically to start off with, and then I'll give you about a minute later on to post some responses. I will first tell you about my own values, my own beliefs about education. I hope you know yours. Whether you know them consciously or not, you probably still, they come through in what you do within the education space. So a number of things that I hold dearly, which I value in terms of education. Number one, education is for all. Yes. Number two, everyone wants to learn. I'll say that again. You probably think, oh, I've got that child in my class. No, let me tell you clearly again. Everyone wants to learn. Sometimes it's not what you want to teach them, but they do want to learn. Yes, that's us naturally as human beings. Literacy, or if you want, everyone loves to read. It's about the material you put in front of them. It's about where you take them. It's about how you get them to engage with it. Everyone wants to read. Everyone wants to read a book, you know. And there are many different kinds of books, fiction, non-fiction. Everyone wants to read a book. You can take it from me. Mathematics is for all. You might be here as an adult and you might be saying to yourself, I never once enjoyed my mathematics. You haven't probably found the right teacher. You probably haven't come across the right circumstance. And I'll let you know anyway, as you probably should know, is that you do use it every single day. So also, we believe when we're looking at it from a strategic level that if we look at SDG 4, which has been spoken about today, this idea of quality education, sustainable development goal number 4 is about quality education. There are 17 of them. And number 4 relates to us well in the education industry. We need to give more access. As someone said, we have that tag of being the country with the most out of school children. What can we do about it? Do you want to do anything about it? What can we do? So we go to our next slide. I'm going to try and get through my slides in about 20 minutes so we can have some questions and answers. So in terms of the outline for today, what we're looking at today, I've spoken to you about my education philosophy. I've told you about 5 or 6 things that I hold dearly and I truly believe, and I work with them to in how I go about my business of speaking to leaders, speaking to teachers, speaking to students, speaking to parents. Okay, so that's my educational philosophy. I'll then, rather than say this is how you can innovate, I will tell you ways in which I innovate, how I keep fresh, how I keep getting new ideas, new inspiration. Then I'll go on to look at how we can look at some challenges, or sometimes you call them a challenge, and then you look at the flip side, you realize it's an opportunity. And then I'll do a matching exercise between my educational philosophy and how I use my educational philosophy to work in the education space. So we'll go on to the next slide. Okay, ways I innovate. The first slide there, I'll tell you about 5 or 6 ways in which I try to innovate there. The first slide there, hopefully you know the reference. Do we know the reference? Let me see if someone can post a reference so we have a bit of interactivity. Do we know this reference there? You should know this person won the latest Grand Slam, the female one, which was in New York, Flushing Meadow. You should know her. Hopefully some of you have adopted her as a heroine. But anyway, let me ask you a question you do have to respond to. I did say I was going to pause and ask you with regards to your own educational philosophy. Serena Williams. Well, Serena Williams is a hero to this young girl. Serena Williams won her first title when this young girl was about 5 or 6. Yeah, so she is a hero too. But she's much younger than Serena Williams. Coco, thank you very much. So Serena, Coco, at least some of us know that this is Coco. If you don't know about Coco, go and find out about Coco. She's representing. So the next question for you is, do you know your own educational philosophy? Tell me one thing with regards to your own educational philosophy? What are some of the values? What are some of the beliefs that underpin what you do in the classroom, that predicates a lot of what you do and think about is predicated on your beliefs? So tell me one or two things you hold dearly with regards to education. Ubuntu. Yes, we are a village that everyone can learn together. Yes, I like that. That's the South African term, Ubuntu. I like that. Okay. And that's a good way to look at it, because I mean, it does take a community. And education does start within the community anyway, however you want to look at it. Every child is unique in their own way. Thank you very much. It goes beyond differentiation. Yes, to know about their interests, their passions, as Dr. John said this morning. No child, let me phrase it in the positive. Every child can learn. Yes, you've said it that way, and that's good as well. But every child can learn. Everyone has a potential in them. Thank you very much for those responses. Let's move forward. So I've put this up here because I'm saying to you, what are you learning today? And I'll come on to other ways to learn. But for the moment, I'm just going to focus on this idea of course, you know, there's knowledge, there's skills, there's attitude. We can work on our knowledge. We can work on our skills. We can work on our attitude. But for the moment, I'm just going to restrict it to skills, because I like skills. They're nice and direct. Either you can swim or you can't swim. If you're unsure, go to the swimming pool, go to water that's above your head height. You'll realize soon if you can swim or not. Can you drive or can you not drive? So if you're on the firm mainland and your driver abandons you there, could you drive your car back home? Yes. I started to learn tennis just 2-3 months ago during the long break. I decided I was going to learn how to play tennis. So I've got my forehand working, my backhand working. I can do a smash. I can do a serve, not as good as Coco here, but I can do a serve. So that's very important to realize. The reason why I like skills is that it's very easy to assess whether you can do it or you cannot do it. Okay, so next slide. The other thing I'll say about learning is that if you constantly place yourself in a situation where you're learning something new, especially if it's a skill, you're putting yourself in the frame set, in the mindset of a learner. And if you keep doing that at least once a year, you will find out that you're a lot more patient with those you are trying to teach, those you're trying to share knowledge with. And it also makes you more humble. So when I have someone trying to, hold my hand to show me how to play the ball, hold the racket well, that's a humbling experience in a good way, that it reminds me that when I am also sharing with others, I have to be patient. I have to realize and work with them from where they are. Also, this second slide is telling you that, of course, there are courses online that you can pick up. So I'm currently doing a detective course. I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing a detective course, because I am the head of security where I live. 200, 300 homes. We want to keep them all safe. So I'm thinking I best brush up on how to go about investigations. And so I'm doing a detective course. During the long break as well, I did a course on AI, machine learning, all the things, how we use it. So I can speak to you a lot about that. But I'm not going to situate a lot of what I do today with regards to AI in this session. I would say to you, there's a session coming up on Wednesday, which I've registered for. If I have the details, if I can find them to hand, I'll post them to you, or I'm sure I can get them to you even after this event. APEN, if you know the Association of Private Educators in Nigeria, they have a session coming up at the end of this month for 2 days, which is all about future fusions, AI, ChatGPT, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Reading. Read widely. If you're next to someone, tell that person, read widely. Yes, you can read fiction, you can read non-fiction. I read all sorts of books, poetry. I'll flash one or two of them here for you. Yes, I just finished reading this book. It's on the Biafran War. Very, very insightful. I've read this one as well. Okay, Tomorrow Died Yesterday, talking about the Niger Delta. And I've read quite a number of books on the Niger Delta, and that was a very good one. This one as well. Okay, this is another book. The book that's on the screen, Ken Robinson's book, Creative Schools. I had that book for about 4 years. I read a bit of it. I liked it, but I just didn't get around to getting back to it. I then saw someone post on LinkedIn about it, And I said to myself, I must go back to that book. So it was one of the first books I finished again this holiday. And I've read probably about 10 books in the last 2 months, because of course that includes the months whereby we were off school, if you happen to be off school. And this one of creative schools, it's a fairly big book, but like a lot of what Ken Robinson does. And if you know that in terms of education, his videos on YouTube are some of the most watched YouTube videos ever. Okay, so in terms of education, he's saying, how can we be more creative? He's saying that's what the doctor, I think Elumelu was telling you about, that he was saying it's not about, it's about, you know, how we can transform. We can't work with the current model or the current paradigm that is currently there, because it's been around for a long time. And I can have a whole session on this. The 3 pillars it's located on is your curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. If you think that's what we do, that's the education chain. Your curriculum, what's we going to teach, what's the content, how we go about it. Your pedagogy, what you do in terms of sharing your knowledge, and then how do you check that what we've shared is actually going through assessment. And another way in which you can innovate is to travel. So you can't travel out of the country. Well, I didn't even travel out of the country. No, we're still on that previous slide. Thank you. It's to travel. So I couldn't travel out of this country this holiday, but fine. I said, at least let me travel back to a place that I've been to a number of times. I went to Elisha and I bought some yams on my way back. And I can tell you this, and anyone can try and argue it with me, the yams you get, I'm not too sure. I know I've been in Agbo before. Yeah, so it's from the south there. The yams you get from the south, the yams you get from Elisha, they're defrauding us. It's fraud what they sell to us in Lagos. These yams that we have in Lagos, they're not the thing at all. It's cardboard. Yes, this yams that I'm talking about, it's fluffy. It's like ice cream. Yes, it's tasty. It's got texture. Travel broadens the mind, and that's on many levels. With regards to travel, you'll see new things, you'll see new people, you'll see new ways of doing things you've been doing for a while. It's a great education. Yes, next slide now. Okay, here is a gentleman I hope you know about. His name is Tunde Onokoya. He's the person who has come up with this scheme called Chess in Slums, or Chess in Slums in Africa. And he's the gentleman who works with these young people under Oshodi Bridge, which many of you try to avoid. But he's there, he's working with them. He's really doing a lot of great things. And I'm looking at how we can work with that. There are a number of people who I follow on LinkedIn who I need to connect with more and engage with more. So I've done some work with TFN, Teach for Nigeria, since way back. But a number of their graduates, I think, have opened up free schools. I'll say that again, F-R-E-E, not the number 3, F-R-E-E. They're opening up free schools. And you're saying, how does that model work? How do you get to eat? Well, I have an idea of how it works, but I want to find out more. It's one of the schools, I want to visit a number of these schools and see what they're doing before I might conclude that I could set up something similar or along those lines or partially. And I'll speak more about that towards the end. But look, Tunde Onokoya, follow your passion. He's a master himself, not a grandmaster, but he's a master in chess. So he's following his own passion. And I would suggest to you, by following your passion, oh, I know how to sew. Oh, I know how to bake. It's a great passion. It's a great skill. Are you exploring that enough? Are you bringing that into the classroom? You should, because if you're not looking at it holistically. Okay. So another thing I'd say to yourself is value yourself. And I'll ask you a question now. If you want, you could post the answer. If I said to you, I would like to pay for 1 hour of your time. Mr. Opeson would like to pay for 1 hour of your time. I feel you've got some things you can share with me. How much would you quote me? At any given time, you should know how much you are worth, how much an hour of your time is worth. If you don't, sit down, start to do some calculations. And even when you come up with a figure, ask yourself why. Because many of us undervalue ourselves. So if you stop at any given point and you say, how much is your time worth? I will tell you at the moment, as a minimum base, I would say it's around the 200,000 per hour mark. That's how much an hour of my time is worth. And I won't start to tell you all the calculations that go into that, but know how much you're worth. And that in itself is a learning experience. So we go on to the next slide. So I've shown you ways in which I innovate, ways in which I learn. So now I'm going to speak to you about rapid transformations. So we've been looking at AI, and we've been looking at ChatGPT. And I said, I'm not going to spend so much about that. Can you still see me? Just a quick confirmation. Okay. And I've spoken to you about APEN coming up. But in terms of challenges or opportunities, it depends on which way you're looking at it. It's like a coin, two fins, yeah, different sides of the same coin. You can look at it as a challenge or as an opportunity. Is my cup half full or is my cup half empty? It depends on how you're looking at it. So you can flip those challenges around into opportunities. Often you can do that. So someone's already said to you this phrase today. I say it this way: keep your eyes on the prize. Make the most of where you are. So you're saying, oh, I'm just a teacher in the classroom. I only have 5 students in my classroom. That's more than enough. That's 5 lives you can impact, 5 lives you can transform, 5 lives you can share with all that you have and make it better for them. And you never know. All you need of those 5 is just one person later on to make a success of themselves, and that person will start to tell your story as well. Yeah, so make the most of where you are. Okay, I'm not even in the school. I'm looking for a job. I want to be in teaching. Fine. Some of you might have a lesson with your nephew. Even if you don't, go out into the community. You have literacy skills. You probably have some numerical skills. Are you sharing? If you don't use it, you could lose it. So whilst you're waiting for a job, are you volunteering? Yes, start from where you are. Keep your eyes on the prize. You know where you want to go to, but even in that, know where you are and make the most of where you are. The next thing I'll tell you about rapid transformations is that it's easy for us to say, you know, there's so many rules for the school. There's so many rules coming down from the Ministry of Education. And this is increasing my workload. I have more books to mark. I have more lessons to take. I have more meetings to attend. This is a common thing that we say in teaching. But now there are online meetings. And also, if you're going for meetings, here's a question for you. Here's a question for the person who's chairing the meeting. Is this meeting going to be less than 1 hour? I can tell you that there are too many meetings that go on for more than an hour, which are a waste of time, an utter waste of time. I've worked with 1 or 2 of the richest people in Nigeria, and they value their time. A meeting with them is 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes is a long meeting. Yeah, I once sent someone for a meeting once with one of these gentlemen, and you know what? This person didn't even get to sit down because the man is clear about what he wanted, and the person in front of him didn't match it. He didn't spend a minute in that office. And you think that sounds a bit harsh. No, it's someone who's clear about their time and the value of their time. Okay, so any meetings longer than an hour, I'll put it to you, is often it could be a waste of time. Yes, sometimes you'll have strategy sessions which go on longer, but that's different. But your regular weekly meeting, your regular bi-weekly meeting going on for longer than an hour, I suggest you might want to come back and look at some things. Maybe it's the way you disseminate information. Anyway, I'll move on from that. In terms of your marking, I've got too many books to mark. Have you tried automatic marking? All this technology we have now, are you allowing that to work so that the marks pop up automatically? So if you were doing something like Kahoot, for example, by the time you finish the session, each person knows their mark. Okay. Have you considered peer feedback, audio feedback, all those books you have to mark? Could you record your voice? Could you play it back for each person? Do we have the technology to share it? And there are ways of sharing it. We can't go into that now. So other rapid transformations which are coming on, you're saying to yourself, there's the high cost of training nowadays. How do I go about training? How do I ensure? So somebody spoke to you. The only thing I'm going to say to you about it is that it's always worth the investment. If you have your eyes on the prize, you know where you're going, and then you say to yourself, this is the cost of a course. You would know if you need to pay that money, or if you find the money to pay it. Yes, look at it as an investment, because indeed that's really what it is. Okay, so next slide, please. Hopefully I'm going to finish in the next 10 minutes, so we'll have time for questions. So in terms of new pedagogy, if I said to you, let me run a number of concepts by you, maybe you can just tell me, yes, I've heard of this. No, I haven't heard of that. Have we heard of student-centered learning, or if you want, interactive learning? Either could be used interchangeably. Have we heard of student-centered learning or interactive learning? More importantly, are you practicing that in your classroom? Yes, because it's easy for us to run around these terms. Have you heard of flipped learning? Do you use it in your classroom? Don't tell me that you're teaching people in year 3, people in basic 3. Even if they're in nursery, there is a way you can go about flipped learning, where they do some of the stuff at home, learn some of the material at home, and they don't have to always learn it from you, so that there can be more engagement, more interactivity during the classroom. So yes, I'm hearing someone here say, yes, using flipped learning to teach the digestive system and the food chain. Thank you for that feedback. Okay. What about, you've heard this said today, project-based learning. Don't just tell me if you're using projects. No, we're still on the previous slide. Sorry, don't go ahead. Don't go ahead yet. It's a little bit. Yes, project-based learning. Tell me in one sentence the latest project you've worked on. Within the last 1 year, have you given your students a project? I work with some students now who are in tertiary, well, I could almost say tertiary education. They're in 6th form. And we let them choose their own projects. We don't tell them it's a science project or a literacy project or an ICT project. It's a project that is wide-ranging. They bring their own passions to it. They bring their own interests to it. They look at what the challenges they're trying to solve. They're looking at the challenges in society, and they're coming up with their own project. And that is so fulfilling to look at it that way. So are you aware of this? Do you invite other professionals into your classroom? We have the online technology now, so they don't have to come in physically. Are you asking other voices to come into your classroom? Okay, so here I am. I use things like Duolingo. I use things like Quiz. I use things like Kahoot, because I know how engaging and how interactive they can be. So Duolingo, for example, is I'm trying to learn French, yes? Still, I'm trying to hone these skills. I've been trying to learn it for over 50 years, believe it or not. But within the last 5 years, I've been consistent with Duolingo. And at least in my reading French now, I would say I'm up to 40% when it comes to, your regular easy texts. Not your doctoral thesis, but I can read a regular text in French. More or less, I can tell you what it means, even if I'm not totally exact. We team teach with gardeners. I like that. They're inviting gardeners into their environment because we want to beautify the environment. Okay, next slide now. So now I'm going to start to do a bit of a matching exercise between the values I spoke to you about, my educational philosophy, and branding. So we're speaking about branding, and the easiest way to look at branding in its general sense, coming from a marketing background. So one of the things I've done is my first degree is in business studies, marketing. That's my specialization. So the first question we would ask you is that, how do you differentiate one tin of milk from another tin of milk? How do you differentiate one bar of chocolate from another bar of chocolate? Okay. How do you differentiate if you want one herd of cows? That's what the image is showing you there, from another herd of cows. That's one of the original ways people started to brand. And it simply was a case of, because I can't tell one cow or one herd from another herd, we're going to brand them. So one brands them with an A, one brands them with another kind of symbol, and you would know your herd from the other hand. So in terms of chocolate, we have Cadbury, we have Nestle. That differentiates it. So some people would say, oh, once it's Cadbury's chocolate, that's the kind of chocolate I like, and they'll start to tell you about their different brands. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. So in terms of branding, I remember when I arrived in Nigeria in the late 2000s, noughties, yes, in the late noughties, I arrived in Nigeria, and my CEO at the time said, this particular teacher is a brand. Well, he was a head teacher. He was a principal of a school on the mainland. And I thought, a brand? How could you as a person be a brand? Are you selling yourself? Well, in a way, we are selling ourselves. Okay. So he became someone that many of us started to look at. That what is he doing? And how come he is known by many people? And what is he known for? Okay. So that was this particular person. So as I said to you, maths is for all. I believe everyone can actually pick up mathematical skills. And you see, okay, my background is teacher of secondary school mathematics. And I've seen children outside the classroom, happy, joyous, full of life, effervescent, and then they come into the maths classroom and their head drops and their body is like, put me through this 40 minutes of torture, 50 minutes of torture, and at some stage it will end and I can go about my day. And I said, it's because somebody has told them. You might hear people say, oh, I wasn't good at maths in school. if ever you've said that, if ever you hear people saying that, try and get them to reassess that statement. They may have not had a good experience of maths in school, but they still use maths every day. That's why mathematics is for all. Okay, that's something I genuinely believe. And I've worked with students before, students who really like maths, and they've got A stars, or they've got good NECA results, they've got good checkpoint results. But I tell you, one of the greatest joys I've had in maths is taking a class. You see, in the UK, this is a UK class, a class in one of my schools in the UK. In the UK, they have things we call sets, whereby you take a group of, let's say, 100 students, and you say, in this particular year group, year 8, you're the best 25 in maths. We put you in one class, and when it comes to maths periods, they all go for their maths at the same time. You take the next one, set 2 or 4 if you want. You take the next class, the next best 25, set 3 or 4, and then you're left with a class we might call set 4 of 4, as in these are the people who don't want to know about mathematics, who have had the lowest scores in the last test. And I worked with phobia in mathematics. No longer hating everything to do with mathematics. That even if they do not get good grades now, I want there to become a time whereby they'll look back and start to see maths as their friend, to put it that way, to put it simply. And then I broke the lessons down, and I realized, I can tell you this in like 1 hour, but I have to tell you the short version. I realized that a lot of the things they learn, they could forget within a day or 2. So I could just then do a lot of the learning and a lot of the stuff that they needed to learn for the exam towards the exam time. And we started to have a bit more fun in the class. We started to have lessons which you might almost think were art lessons. We were drawing shapes. We were drawing different type of technical drawing things. And they found that interesting because they could color it in later, and it was all within the maths class. And so I knew I was on the right track when they would come into class and they would say to me, Mr. Opes, are we going to be doing maths today? Because you see, when I was doing these other things which had mathematical principles behind them, they didn't quite see it of maths. We would have a session whereby we just have our calculators out and would type things in the calculator, do some certain calculations, and then turn it upside down, and it would read some things in words. And so there were many things we used to do, many different types of lessons we would have, whereby we were looking at mathematics, but in a different way for them, in ways they could enjoy, engage with, and start to realize that maths is for all. And to a large degree, we did that. I don't have time to tell you the anecdote whereby at one time, to show them what they were doing to me, to show them what they had inside of them, I put up 20-pound notes on my ceiling. Well, they couldn't get to my ceiling because my ceiling was a double volume. You'd have to stack 3 tables together and then have a tall person reach to the ceiling. And I put 20-pound notes on it. And they used to come and wonder, why is the 20-pound notes up there? And sometimes I'd leave the class for a short while to try and get it. And of course, they couldn't get to it. But I did that to them to let them know that, look, this is treasure. And just like you cannot get to that treasure, I find it hard. I have to reach and try a lot harder to reach down and get the treasure in you, because the treasure is there in you if you would care to let it show. So I can take each of the things I told you about my educational philosophy. Maths is for all. Everyone wants to learn. Everyone loves to read. And I'll stop on the story of everyone loves to read. My brother once said to me, his son doesn't read. His son doesn't read books. He only reads the books which he needs to get through for his school. And then he spent 3 days with me. So the first day we went to the bookshop. What do you like? Do you like books of war? Do you like books on sports? Do you like books? So he picked up 1 or 2 books. And then the next morning, I think it was even early afternoon, around this time, his dad called me and said, how's his son getting on? Is he enjoying it? I said, yeah, he's enjoying it. He said, what's he been doing? I bet he's been sleeping. I said, no, he's not quite been sleeping. He's been in his room all day. He has popped out, he's had breakfast, he's gone back in, but he's reading his book. And he had finished reading 2 books by the time he left my house. So you see, it's about getting them the right book. It's about asking them the right questions. Everyone loves to read. So that's me matching some of my educational philosophy to this idea. And so when you look at Mr. Opes and say, what have you done? It's my personal brand. These are the values I have, and this is how I share it with the people I come across. Last slide, please. So in rounding up now, I do want to save some time for questions, is that you need to make the links. This is now going generally Generally, so the boots you see there is a representation of what's been happening recently in West Africa. What do you think about what's happening? The coups in the different West African countries, and even in Central Africa there, the latest one in Gabon. Have the children in class asked you about it? Even for year 2 children, should you be speaking about it? Okay. Do you watch programs? Did you watch the finale last night of the Big Brother show, Biggie? Yes. Or is it too frivolous for you to talk about? Because you see, you never know what you need to engage with a child because our interests are different. Yes. I've engaged with some students because I read a blog, a certain blog, and I tell you that blog is very good. This is Linda Keji. Yeah, because sometimes when I want a snapshot of all the things going on in Nigeria, it's one of the first places I go to. Of course, I read the BBC. Of course, I read online. I read Guardian newspaper. That's my go-to newspaper for Nigeria. But in terms of timeliness, in terms of breaking news, you can't beat Linda Keji most of the time. So look, there's a plug there. So, but are we making a link between things that are going on around us? So if I said to you, the Russia-Ukraine war, could you start to speak intelligibly about it? I've seen so much on the BBC. I've seen so much. But do you know that this war was predicted in 2012, even before Russia went into Crimea? How can you be a world naval power? It's geopolitics. How can you be a world naval power and not know? And if your navy is blocked in for half of the year, blocked in the Baltic Sea, yeah, that is part of the reason why they need to expand and get a coastline. And so people then start to speak to you about, oh, we want to actualize Biafra. Have you looked at the map recently? What happened in the first instance for there to be? How did the Nigerian Civil War conclude, if you will? Yes, okay. And so if you look at it in terms of geopolitics, what they're calling for the actualization of, will it be viable? Would it be desirable? I ask you those questions, I leave it there. Okay, so can you make links? Do you purposely bring these things up during assembly time, tutor time? I often bring some of these things into maths because with a lot of these questions, I'll start to talk about population, I'll start to talk about shapes, I'll start to talk about geometry, I'll start to talk about the links. And there's a famous educational philosophy, if you want, Jeanette Foss. She would say, the more you link, the more you learn. I'll say that again. The more you link, the more you learn. That's Jeanette Foss. So I think that takes me to my last slide, and I'll just probably have about maybe 10 minutes for questions. So there you go. This is my last slide, partnerships. Okay. We hear of lawyers having partnerships. Doctors have partnerships. They have their medical practices. Accountants have partnerships. I won't ask you about the first Nigerian accountant who passed on recently. Here's a question. Why do we as teachers not have partnerships? Many people who have started a school, at least the private schools in Nigeria, and we need more, by the way. I'm always an advocate that we need more. You'll say, oh, but some of them, they're not worth being called a school. At least it's still a school. As long as there's a level of safeguarding there, it's still a school. So how come teachers haven't started to come together to establish schools? If lawyers can band together and form practices, likewise doctors, likewise accountants, what stops teachers? Have you heard of ESOP, Employee Share Ownership Scheme or Partnership? Why can we not come together as teachers? And that's the discussion we need to continue. So in terms of continuing any kind of discussion, most of the time I'm most active on LinkedIn. Someone did me a favor and yanked me off Facebook. Fair enough. I go to Instagram sparingly. I use YouTube. I watch too much YouTube, actually, but I need to actually produce more content for that. That's another way in which I'm looking to grow, to produce content for YouTube in the educational space and as well as from the historical point of view. I love my history. Okay, so let's start to see how we can discuss partnerships. And as I said, I remain Ola Person and I am on LinkedIn, and I would love for us to have some questions. It's questions that would really round up this session very well. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alao Kwesson. It's such an honor to listen to you share your ideas again and again. And I am grateful for your time. We all here are grateful for your time. So we're going to use this opportunity to ask questions. Okay, please keep your questions coming in. Keep your questions coming in. There is no questions. Okay, it would be very good if we could that we can conclude successfully on our learning. Yes, we get it. Thank you for joining. So while we are sending in our questions, please remember to use the feedback form to leave a feedback for us. We'd like to hear your thoughts about the program. Okay, and we would like to hear from you. Yes, share your feedback about the overall event. It is the link is already shared right in the scrolling display on screen. All right. Questions. We are waiting for questions. We are waiting. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone yet? No questions? Oh my goodness. So while we are waiting for questions, it just reminds me of Mr. Person talked about looking for more creative ways to leave feedback, and it reminds me of what I usually do. I started this move during the COVID period where I use an app called Mote Learning. In Mote Learning, I incorporate it with my Google Classroom, and instead of leaving all those lengthy comments, I just simply record my message and leave it there, and I make sure the children actually use it to give a feedback on it on that particular feedback I have given. Okay, that's one aspect. You can also link Kami. There's also an app called Kami. You could also link it to your Google Classroom, where you could even leave a video feedback. So, for example, you're solving a maths problem. The children solve a particular maths challenge. You don't think they particularly got it right. You can actually solve it on your screen. Share your screen and share it with them as a video. You leave feedback for them. They are able to get it. There are lots of ways we can think. All we need to do is to innovate. Okay, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for your questions. Okay, so Mr. Okpeson, Victor Adebayo has a question for you. He says, how do you marry your personal education philosophies with your school's vision and mission if they do not align? Again, Victor Adebayo asks, how do you marry your personal education philosophies with your school's vision and mission if they do not align?
Okay, so the reason why you are an employee is simple, is that before you even approach the school or arrived there for interview, or if you had this conversation that, oh, they're looking for a teacher, you would have asked for their mission. You would have seen their vision, you would have seen their mission. If it was totally, an antithesis to what you are and what you represent, then in the first place, the discussion wouldn't have gone much further. The moment you signed on as a teacher in that school, you have signed up to work with that vision and mission, and do not try and sabotage it. Please do not try and sabotage it. Yeah, if you form your own school. Yes, but someone has sat down and they said, this is my vision, this is my mission. It's either you can work with that, but if you think it's totally against what I represent, do not step foot in there as a teacher. By all means, visits, by all means, advise, but do not go there as a teacher. And then you're saying, well, at the time I got there, it wasn't this way. Some things have now changed, and this is where I found myself. Fine. Then you've got to try and be an influencer. You've got to try and be a leader, and you've got to try and see if you can change it to a more palatable thing. And when I say palatable, it's not palatable for you as a teacher. It's not palatable for them as an employer. It's always about the students. In a school, you see, it's rather straightforward. Does it benefit the students? Does it add value to the students? If it doesn't, a lot of times the things we argue about in school are by the by. They're by the by because the teacher is looking for an easy life. The employer is looking for more money. And it's really not about any of those. It's about the students. Eyes on the prize.
So thank you very much, sir, for that question. That was Victoria Adebayo. I'm sure, Victoria, you got an answer to that. The next question is from Desiree Okumaja. Desiree asks, she says, it takes two to tango. So if you have the idea and another has the structure, how will you mingle with such a person in starting a school?
I've posted a brief response to what she was asking, and I said, really often, ideally, but we don't live in an ideal world, you'd want a marriage of equals. If someone has the structure, it's just like, let's look at it this way. If someone has a piece of land, and even if you have the money to go and build, the moment you build on that land, it's the person's property. Yeah. So you need some kind of marriage between people who are bringing equal worths, more or less. Okay. And the question really is, and as I speak to you, I speak to myself, the question is to start small. Okay. Because often we may despise the day of small beginnings thinking. And as I said, I'm speaking to myself here. I've often thought that there's a certain standard, but nowadays I'm revising what I'm thinking about. And previously, I'd always said to myself, maybe I'm not so interested in starting a school, but I feel I'm getting a greater interest in starting a school now, especially since I'm having to pay school fees again. And I won't tell you how much I'm paying for my young boy who cannot yet talk, but Emmanuel, you know the story, yeah? But since I have to pay that money,
Yes, I do.
I would like him to go to, and that will have the values, the right values that I'd want him to inculcate. So yes, try and make it like minds, as well as, you know, you're bringing kind of like equal resources. It might not be 50-50, but you're going to respect each other enough. You see, I think it's too unequal for someone to have the structure and for someone to have the ideas at the end of the day. And I can think of one or two schools that are currently in existence whereby the professionals who came in at the start felt that they were hard done by in the long run. And that's what happens if there's a marriage between unequal resources.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to Isaiah Okegade's question. He says, is there any way to help a student with low interest or zero interest in mathematics? I think Mr. Kwesi answered that question. But let me.
I would love to answer that again. There are so many ways. Really, the way I started to find out of how I could help students is, as I said, I had this class set 4 of 4. And the truth was that they were... Emmanuel knows what I mean when I say this. They were so blessed. That's the way I have to say it. I have to call them what I want them to be, not what I'm seeing. They were so blessed. They wanted me to run out of the classroom. And the easiest thing to do would have been to go out of the classroom. Their behavior was not what you would expect in a school. I can tell you one or two names that one or two of them called me. And I said to them, you know what? I know what you're afraid of. And I'm actually going to ask to take you, not just for the end of this year, third term, I want to take you again next year. They looked at me like, you're a sucker for punishment. But the truth is that anywhere I would go, one of the first things I would do is I would ask people, how can I work with such a class? And that's where all these ideas I was talking to you came out from. They said, look, make some of the lessons more fun. And that's what you're going to do. And at the same time, you've got to keep, you see, each student you look at that you think does not learn, ask yourself, what is their best subject? Yes? Have you seen them when they're in the cafeteria? Have you seen them when it's playtime? Have you seen them when it's sports time? If you can catch them, if you can find them in one area, there was one gentleman I worked with. I can say his name, it means nothing to you. His name was Ryan. He became my football captain. Anything I ever explained to him in mathematics was football related. And he started to get better marks in mathematics. He never became a mathematical genius, at least not while he was in school. But he started to have a greater interest because I had a basis of relationship with him. I could explain it in terms of footballs, in terms of half, in terms of quarters, in terms of the fractions of it, in terms of the shapes of things. And he would pick up, you see, you have to find them. Once you can find one area in which they excel, you can use that area to feed into the other areas you want them to start getting better in. I hope I've answered part of the question there. But you see, really for me to be able to answer that question, I'd ask you a series of questions about this particular person. And the more you find out their interests, their hates, their desires, the more you'll be able to design something. That's different. That's where differentiation comes in. Design something tailor-made, personalized for that particular student, and then you'd be surprised that at least they would start to listen to you and start to listen to you with an open mind.
Thank you so much, sir. And I'm afraid this will have to be the last question because of time constraint. And this question is from Justina Iyobebe. Please apologies if I didn't pronounce it very well. Justina asks and says, you mentioned linking lessons. Some schools have restrictions as regards this. Suggest some ideas for lower key stage 2. Thank you so much.
Really, I'd have to know a bit more of what you're talking about. I'd imagine if you're in year 3, year 4, basic 3, basic 4, you're looking at teaching them most of the lessons, and then you're saying that maybe they're frowning. You see, when I say link things into the lesson, I'm not saying going on chapter and verse. I mean link it in 1 minute, link it in half a minute. Okay, yesterday you probably heard of the fire that took place in so. Are you aware of how hot it became? That's me talking in maths now. I'm talking about degrees. I'm talking about centigrade. Maybe we're converting degrees to centigrade that day. I brought it into the lesson, half a minute, we move on. Yeah, so it's no long thing. It's not something to disrupt your lesson plan. It's something to just create this sense of awareness. And it's always good to link things with what's going on currently in terms of current affairs or in terms of the previous lessons. There's so many ways you want to link your lesson, previous lessons, or things they're going to do in the future. So it's always a good way to have that way of being able to segue into your lesson rather than just totally go into the lesson. You're warming them up. It's during your warm-up phase. Yes, during your starter.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Okweson, for your time. We honestly really do appreciate every single time we've spent with you. And we are hopeful that this is just going to be the beginning of greater things for all of us as educators. And we hope that when we call again, that you are going to answer.
Good to see you again, Emmanuel. You're looking well.
Thank you so much. You as well, sir. It's such an honor. All right. Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, it is such a pleasure to be with one of the best educators I can. That's a story for another day. Yeah, I'm always so passionate when it comes to Mr. Okweson. All right. So next, we're almost done. And guess what? It has been so amazing, so engaging. We've learned a lot. It has just been power packed. All right. So I'd like to move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the BSB project launch, which will be anchored or started by Mrs. Victoria Ogunlade Ajishe. She is the convener of this amazing program, and I am sure you are itching to know what the BSB launch is all about. Well, that's why we have her here. So could you please give your favorite emoji, a round of virtual applause to Mr. Okweson for that amazing session, and to Mrs. Victoria Ogunlade Ajishe for her own session.
So I was actually dancing along to it soon because I've had a very wonderful session. I enjoyed myself. I particularly love listening to Mr. Ola Okweson. I consider Mr. Ola Okweson a mentor, and he has been a mentor for me ever since I started as a graduate training. Very, very new to the teaching profession without even knowing where to go or how to do it professionally. He has been a very good guide, and it's always a pleasure listening to him. So I'll go right on into the Build a Sustainable Brand project. Now, some of you might have seen on our social media platforms this particular flavor to build a sustainable brand book. Right now, the Build a Sustainable Brand project is a project that is going to cost you nothing, right? It's coming to you at no cost. Now, what is the essence of this? If you look at what we've listened to from the beginning of this conference today till the end, you've heard keywords like branding, you've heard keywords like passion, you've heard keywords like goals, right? You heard the panelists when they were speaking about the problems, the crises, the solutions, and I'm sure many of us were encouraged. Many of us, we said we are ready to stretch, we're ready to cause a change, we're ready to do one thing or the other. Now, one particular thing that I like to do, I like to always encourage everyone I have the opportunity to speak to, right, that they should not just stop at listening or being encouraged after they attend a conference or a training. I am key on implementation. So after everything that we've listened to today, after the fact that you are, encouraged, you are geared up, you feel, yes, I'm filled up and I want to commit to doing this. As a matter of fact, for most people, when they leave this event today, give them a week, give them 2 days, give them 3 days, they are back to status quo. And I do not want this to be the same experience for those of you that especially waited till now. All right, so I'll be introducing the BSB project. The BSB project is what we allow for you to begin implementing immediately. So this is what it entails. You're going to get a free ebook that is titled The Build a Sustainable Brand, right? The ultimate guide to building a sustainable brand. And this book was written with the experiences I have had in building my own brand from 3 years ago, right, until what we have now. And has helped me to have collaborations with organizations even outside of the country, and helped me to train over 6,000 educators in the space of 3 years, right? So I'm not expecting every educator that's present here today to do exactly the same thing like I did, because if you listen to Mr. Opes, he said every one of us, our philosophy is different, our education philosophy is different, our passion is different, and you can build a brand around that particular thing that is key to your own personality. So you're going to be getting the implementation on a personal guide that will be assigned to you for 7 days. They will be nudging you, they will be giving you tasks that you need to complete for each of those 7 days so that you begin implementing all that you have in your head now, the ideas that were coming to you as you were listening, those that you were writing down. They're going to guide you for those 7 days in addition to the ebook that you have, because we know that most people will read the book and then it ends there. So it's not going to end at reading the ebook. We'll make sure that for 7 days you are implementing, you're doing something each day until the 7th day. Now, on the final day, which is the 7th day, we are going to have a master class that is going to take all of the learnings from those 7 days, is going to consolidate even the actions, the implementations that you've made, and then we're going to put it together and have a master class on the 7th day, all so that you can begin building that personal brand for yourself as an educator, right? So that you are not just a teacher. I'm sure you've heard many times in this conference today, are you just a teacher? Are you just a teacher? We don't want you living here just being just a teacher, right? So that is the essence of the BSB project. We encourage you to keep your eyes on your emails, keep your eyes on the updates group. However, for those that have waited till now, we're going to be sharing a link very soon. It will be scrolling across your screen. Those that have waited till now will be the first participants or the first partakers of this project. So the link for you to partake of it, to quickly grab your own spot in this project, is bit.ly, that is bit.ly/BSB Project 1. Okoyemi, if you can help me type that in the comments or put it in the ticker message. bit.ly, that is bit.ly/BSB Project 1. If you use that link right now, it's going to take you to the group of the first partakers of this project. So before we share the email list for every other person to join in. Those of you that have taken your time to wait 4 hours 26 minutes to hear about this will be the first partakers, right? So I believe that's a very good one for you, so that you can begin to implement before those that are not here live today. We tried our best to keep to time. We said we're going to be here for between 10 a.m. till 2:30, and this is 2:11 p.m. West African time. So I would like to thank everyone that's waited till now. I remember that we didn't put a vote of thanks in the in the agenda, but I'll use this time to quickly appreciate everyone that has waited till now. I want to believe that this is a great experience for you. I've gotten so many chats in my DM. In fact, I can't open them now. I'm seeing a lot of thank you, God bless you, and all of that. And honestly, if you were not here today, this would not have been a success. Of course, I had the goal of reaching 500 educators, and then you have made this happen today. So what I would request of you is that you should not let it end yet. There was a particular comment I saw and I starred. Somebody said that it does not end here, that it has to continue. She said it has to continue. And it is exactly the same thing I want. So that is why we are continuing with the BSP project. Ensure that you do not let it stop at the conference. Now, for those of you that have missed some parts of the session, the recording is going to be shared with you later on, so that you can see the parts that you have missed. But it will only be available for a limited time. Also, if you have not requested your certificates yet, please note that after 11:59 p.m. today, we will not be able to cater for that anymore, because we need to move on to other projects. So please use the links that we've shared before now and in the emails to make that request today, before the end of today. That being said, I think that is all for me. So please make sure that you keep your spots. Use that bit.ly/BSB Project 1 to make sure that you've taken your spots, and so that you're among the first partakers of the BSB project. Thank you so much for being here with us on our first edition of the BSB conference, and I look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Mrs. Vicky. Ms. Chinenye, it's good to have you again around. I would leave it over to you to start with first. Hello, Mr. Chinenye, are you there? Hello. Okay, Mr. Chinenye, are you there? Are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, perhaps while she
yes,
is,
I can hear you now.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Fantastic. Yeah, I was thinking maybe you start with the vote of thanks, or maybe we just conclude this very interesting meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for the opportunity to work with you on this platform, and I must say that I've had a blast. Thank you to the convener, Mrs. Victoria Ajise, for putting up all of this. Your efforts, your contributions, your support to the growth of the education sector in Nigeria is too visible to be ignored. Well done. I want to appreciate our facilitators. Wow, it was indeed mind-blowing sessions. Like I said, an impactful and inciting one at the same time. Thank you so much. I am so honored to have been a co-compare in this mood, a sustainable brand conference. And I remain Chinenye, Priscilla, and Nemena. You can call me MC Prissy Vibes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. Thank you so much.
Don't forget
I think yes, please.
Don't forget to leave the hashtag, and also you will get a form on the platforms. Kindly fill that forms for your certifications. And as soon as it's 11:59 today, the link will be revoked and you may not get access to your certificate. Please do fill the form on or before 11:59, preferably before 11:59, so as to enable you get access to your certificates for attending this conference. Thank you, and cheers to greater things ahead. Thank you. I sure will be there at the BSB launch, and I do hope to see you there too.
I do hope to see you, Mrs. Chinenye. It's so good to have you around. Thank you so much. It has been a fantastic time here, and I really hope that we will get to take these things, put them into practice, make good out of all these fantastic ideas that we have just shared over the last 4 hours, 31 minutes. Okay, thank you so much to everyone, the convener, Mrs. Victoria Ogunlade Ajishe. Thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you, for the opportunity to work with my co-compare, Mrs. Priscilla. She has been so amazing. And I still remain, my name is Emmanuel Adejuwon Lotubiyele. Besides being a teacher, I'm a lot of things. I'm a podcaster. I am an actor. I am a voiceover artist. You can reach me on Instagram. On Instagram, you can reach me at JAYDECURLZ. You can reach me again on Instagram at JAYDECURLZ. On LinkedIn, I am Emmanuel Adejuwon Lotubiyele. You can connect with me. You can connect with my co-compare. I'm sure she's going to also leave her Instagram handles or her social media handles. Ms. Chinenye, what do you think? Do you want to share some of your social media handles so we could connect?
Yes, please. Like I said earlier, I'm a professional MC, though for corporate events only. So my social media handles, both on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook, still remain Chinenye Priscilla. Thank you so much. I'm just like MTN and go.
So thank you very much, and I hope we have safe journey back to our various virtual spaces. I hope we do have safe journey. I'm sure
thank you.
You expect you're probably wondering, safe journey. Of course, safe journey from our life.
Sorry, it's